mute.
Yes, I'm in the kitchen.
Dave, you used to have an office. What happened to the office?
Well, I'm down here because my grandson's with us and he's about to wake up, and he and Tin are going to make cookies, and I can watch him do it from the kitchen. So
that's a good reason. So are we all here?
Just 1 second. We think we've got one more here.
Okay.
Kevin, yep. And just so everybody knows, I've started the live stream. So the meeting is now being broadcast. It has about a 4 or 5 second delay, but we are officially streaming now. So Michael, whenever you're ready.
Well, I will leave that up to the chair, Everett, for calling us to order.
All right, then I'll call us to order at 1:32. The first order of business is to elect a chair for the budget committee. Towards that end, can I have a nomination, please?
Come on in. Just have a seat there and they'll call on you in just a minute.
I would like to nominate Lori for chairman for this session.
Okay, can I hear a second?
Well, I respectfully decline that chairmanship. Thank you, though, John.
All right. In that case, Lori, would you like to propose someone else?
Well, if John Benton is willing, I would like to just propose that we elect the slate of officers from last year.
Okay, so it's a nomination for John Benton. Do I hear a second?
Keep in mind, we have a new budget committee member this year, Svea Truax. So the slate of officers wouldn't be able to be the same as last year.
Okay. Thanks, Jeremy. Then I did hear a second for nomination of John Benton. Can I, first is moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I'll vote aye. And John, I'll turn the meeting over to you as chair of the budget committee.
You know, I only heard 2 ayes. That's okay. That's hardly a resounding group message there. Okay, so we're going to elect another officer, right? We need to have a secretary.
That's right.
correct.
So I guess that will just open up nominations for secretary. Secretary, by the by, doesn't end up being the person taking the notes, so don't feel too bad. That would mean that Judy could do it maybe if she'd like.
You know, I think I'm going to not. I still got some months of work here to get myself back going.
I'm not the one actually doing this. Somebody should come up with it.
Could I maybe just interject that it's effectively an honorary position?
Yeah.
Because that person so nominated does not have to take notes unless
There's
they
not a
want
lot of work to do.
No.
No, you can delegate what the secretary routinely delegates to staff.
For note taker.
In that case, I could probably do it. I just worry about not being on top of it as I should be. I like to, when I commit to something, I like to be involved.
It's good to have staff.
I think the secretary has to sign the minutes. I think that's the only thing required.
And we'll bring him to you, Judy.
All right, it's a deal.
And
Thank you.
Judy, I'll help you. If you need anything, let me know.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
And John, you probably need a second to the motion.
I didn't make the motion.
Oh,
But-
you need-
Well, I guess I could. Yeah, I'll move to have Judy Newman be the secretary this trip around, if that's all right.
And I'll second that.
And it gets seconded by Larry. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Oh, shit, that's more. Okay. Sounds to me like you got the job.
All right.
Nobody's opposed, are they? Okay. Well, since we had an election of officers, then I think we probably ought to move on to the budget message, which sounds like maybe that's a Mr. McElway job.
It is. Chair Benton, could I just make a note that staff has received some public input related to the airport. The committee should have all received that input, and I would essentially ask that it be recognized as formal public input from Ms. Roebuck. And if there is Ms. Roebuck on the line?
She's here in the conference room, Michael. She's ready to speak for a few minutes.
So if she would like to speak and provide testimony with the permission of the chair, we would ask her to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't want to go very far with that. This isn't the venue to do this to begin with, but go ahead.
Okay. So Chris Roebuck, 4380 Barrett. Oh, okay. So what you have in front of you is a proposal to find some solutions to airport noise. In 2017, as you well know, 100 people came to hearings about airport noise, and it's only gotten worse since. In 2020, with the survey, 164 people said that it was a significant issue for them or their neighborhood. Commissioners recognize this. They have a structure set up to address it. 3 people from our residents group and 3 people from the Airport Advisory Committee have already committed to finding solutions. These are people who are willing to invest the time and are capable. We just need some money to back it up. We need some money so that if we come up with research or solutions that take some cash, it's there to support us.
What's the idea of some of these solutions? What are we looking at money for? What's it gonna cost to do?
I can't speak for the group. It's a joint group decision. I don't know what
But you came up with an idea of some money. What would it be spent on? I mean, I was trying to find out what's the money for? To hire lawyers, to hire, I guess that's what I'm curious about.
It depends on what solutions get proposed. It could be for noise monitors. It could be for some research on a noise study. It could be, again, I don't want to speak for the group because there's probably 20 or different suggestions or ideas that have been thrown out there. And I don't know which ones they'd want to pursue. It would be ultimately a port decision anyway, because we're talking about port funds. It would be our group recommending to the port that we spend X on Y.
Okay.
It's been so much quieter. There's not very, I mean, sitting here off the end of the runway, I counted 3 airplanes today.
I know this isn't typical. It will return.
It'll
never get better.
It'll probably, most of them have moved out. The yellow airplanes have gone to Dallas and Texas. Most of them are gone.
That would be great. If it doesn't require any money, then the money wouldn't get used.
So, Ms. Roebuck, do I understand? I don't understand what you're asking, or is there an ask here?
Yes, we're asking that in the budget, somewhere in the accounting system, an amount, and it needn't be the amount we've specified, just an amount, be specified, be reserved essentially for to pursue the recommendations of this group. That it be available for the commissioners to use as this group suggests, again, if you choose to do so. I don't know that it would even take a change in the budget document, because in accounting systems, there's a way to just reserve a pool of money for a given project.
Yeah, frankly, I wouldn't even know how to do that without having some, I mean, the budget has to have dollars associated with tasks kind of thing.
Really
so
just
what I can talk with regard to the budget, we don't reserve like in the private sector. So that's either held in contingency or held in unappropriated funds. But we can, when we get to that part of the budget, which is probably a couple hours away, we can talk about it at that point with regard to the budget committee.
The logistics aren't really an issue. I mean, being a CPA myself, I know that that can be done. It's just a matter of making the commitment. We've heard the commissioners over the last couple of years say that they're serious about this, that they take it seriously, that they want to do something that they agree that their mission has to do with quality of life. And this is kind of putting your money where your mouth is, just setting it aside if we need it.
Okay. John, I think you're on mute.
No, I came off mute.
No,
Oh, John Benton, sorry.
John Benton.
Chair Benton.
You know,
Chair Benton.
I'm just thinking, who was on on the AAC meeting we had a week and a half ago of the pair that wanted to be involved in this, either Chris or David Coble. Because I think that I only heard the last part of it, but for the most part, research that the port has done kind of has made what we've been doing already about as much as anybody ever gets away with, and that there's actually no chance in life that you're going to get a program that does anything at all worthwhile. So I just wanted to mention that while we were fooling around here. Okay. If we're done there, let's go to the budget message, please.
Michael?
I'm on. I will, however, be dropping video because I lost everyone there for a moment, and I think that we're about at capacity on our Wi-Fi at the back of the office.
Mike, I'll go ahead and stop my video.
Oh, shoot, that works.
Give you a little more capacity.
So thanks for everyone that's volunteering their time to be part of the budget committee. This is the annual publicly necessary process to go through for the port to prepare a budget. And your efforts are important for public scrutiny and for a full understanding and vetting of what the budget, what's in the proposed budget. So, and just for reminders, we're on a budget year that goes from July 1 to June 30th every year. Staff starts preparing the budget really in January, a proposed budget. And that is an effort where all staff contribute their observations, their ideas, the projects that are a carryover or they need to be done, or other ideas for advancing the port's mission. And that's all collected and aggregated in a proposed budget that's vetted at the spring planning meeting with the full commission. And some of the budget committee members participated in that. And then we make adjustments based on the discussion, then it moves to this current venue, which is when the budget committee reviews the budget, and then if you choose to, would approve the budget along with the allocation of the local tax levy for the port. And then that moves on to a public hearing, which will occur this year on June 2nd. And then finally, the adopted budget occurs at the end of June. So I'm going to go through this fairly lengthy letter, but with your permission, I won't read it all and I won't cover every specific point, but rather try to summarize the key matters. And I would ask if there are any questions as I move through this or any observations, please interrupt me and I will pause. Just the rough cut is there's three funds of the port. The general fund is for general governmental activities. And examples of that would be legal and the annual audit and our advocacy work and the associated staff allocation for those activities. Recall that we only receive a fairly proportionally small amount in local property taxes. The number, Fred, is about $68,000, I believe. So it's a very modest amount. So clearly we don't have enough funds that revenue within the general fund, so that has to be brought in from the revenue fund, which is our largest fund, and that's where really aggregates all the business activities of the port. So the revenues off the toll bridge, the revenues from lease property, and miscellaneous revenues from different waterfront activities and T hangers and slips and that sort of thing. And that's all rolled up in the revenue fund. And then the revenue fund is, of course, a portion of that needs to be allocated to the general fund, and then to other sources. So that's where most of the personnel and the materials and services for the basic operations of the port and capital projects of the port occur. And then the Bridge Repair and Replacement Fund is a specific fund that segregates revenues and associated expenditures with bridge repair and replacement, which is the largest capital area of the port. And this is one where we have allocations, proportional allocations from various toll increases that have occurred over the years. So proportions of those 94, 12, and 18 toll increases were essentially allocated specifically and only for bridge repair and replacement activities, as well as the associated staff costs. So that's a big one, and it's more important as we look ahead because there's an increasing amount of capital needs on the bridge to keep it safe and operational. But there's also an important need to, if possible, take advantage of this moment in time to leverage additional funds to push forward on the bridge replacement effort. And there's sort of in a way, a tension between those two, because the more we pull back on capital spending and capital maintenance spending on the bridge for bridge replacement, we want to make sure we don't get behind, too far behind anyway, on those necessary capital and capital maintenance projects. So little commentary there, but those are the three basic funds that the port operates under. Are there any questions so far? And Genevieve, I can't see everyone, so if anyone has a question, please let me know. Okay, so the three most important, the port has extensive financial policies. The three most important are the reserve that's 10% of our net depreciable assets. Our debt service coverage ratio has to be 2.0 or greater. And just, I guess, the point of how we measure our return on investment is basically a cash on cash return basis. There's many more pages of our financial policies, but those are the most important that we point out when we walk through the annual proposed budget. Fred can go over those later in more detail if needed. So here's where we get into the basic, the sector by sector, area by area description of the port and what has occurred, at least the highlights, what may have occurred in the past budget year and what's we look forward to or looking ahead to. And here's where the most important point I want to make is, and the most fundamental challenge. We started preparing this budget in January. And as everyone knows, there's been a really rapidly accelerating series of steps and actions as a result of COVID-19. And there's been great uncertainty. There's been significant change that's occurring not only to the port, but to our local economy, state and national economy. There's a lot of uncertainty going forward. And it's not possible to fully characterize what the impacts of those changes that are occurring will have on the port and the port's budget. This is like any other public agency. We're facing the same uncertainty. And so effectively what this proposed budget is simply fundamentally a normal year budget that has, I have notes throughout this paper, but I also point out that there's so much uncertainty that we as staff and in the commission will have to be literally looking probably meeting by meeting, or certainly month by month, to try to determine as we move forward what those fiscal impacts are and what the associated responsible conservative changes that we might need to make are. So this is a budget year like none other that I've experienced, where with so much unknown as we look ahead. So we'll have to be diligent, we'll have to be monitoring this, we'll have to flag for the commission where there are choices, where there are options, and where we see the stress points coming from a fiscal standpoint. And we also have to look to the broader community and determine what, if anything, where, if anywhere, that we can take appropriate actions to help. Any questions about that note?
No, but what's happened? I hear the bridge was no charge for a while. So what's it all doing to the port's budget right now?
Well, we shut down all tolling operations on March 20th, and the cash tolling we stopped that on the 17th. So I'd have to turn to Fred, but it's probably ballpark $600,000 in lost revenue.
Yeah.
We've also received several requests for rent relief or rent abatement from our tenants.
Yeah.
And the commission last meeting approved a rent relief policy that they will be making some decisions, tenant by tenant decisions this evening. So Fred, order of magnitude, 650, 700,000.
Actually, yeah, the loss is really more on the bridge itself, Judy.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you've got the boats coming, because we know the boats are not running. All those things are happening. We all know.
Yeah, the main component is the bridge. Even though we might have some rent, most of the rent is going to be deferred, with a few,
Right.
maybe a few tenants that we might forgive, but they're
Okay.
a lesser amount. So the issue right now, we went, like Michael was saying, from about the third week in March through the end of April, we're about 618,000 short there based on an estimate.
Right. Okay.
And the issue is we're about, depending upon the day, during the weekday, we're probably about 25% below what we were having traffic last year. And on weekends, we're close to about 50% lower than last year on traffic. So,
Okay. I figured it had to be, because there's just nobody out there.
yeah.
Well, Fred, when do you see revenue from bridge collections beginning again?
So we started May 1st with what is called license plate recognition. So if you're a cash paying customer, you basically will have your license plate photographed. We'll run it through the DMV, and then we'll send you a letter that says, please pay X amount. And if you're a BreezeBuy customer, then it's just the same old. You just go across the bridge.
Okay, so we restarted revenue collection on the bridge.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so now I'll walk through the individual asset areas, and I will try to move quickly, but please stop me if there's something you want to ask about or comment on. So overall,
Sorry to interrupt you.
I've been at 1%, a very, very low. Yeah, go ahead, Christy.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't get to my microphone fast enough. I have a question, and I know a ton of work has gone into this budget process. But am I still there? Sorry. But is there a way for us to, since there are so many uncertainties and there's so much unknowns, I spoke with the Port of Cascade Locks and asked them what they did with their budget, and they basically said, we're going to operate off of what our known costs are, and that's it. And we're going to make it a skeleton budget. And then they all committed to have a supplemental budget meeting in 6 months after they kind of reassess what's going on. Is that something that we could look at doing instead of trying to estimate for things that we don't know anything about?
So I can answer that, Michael. So on the supplemental budget, you can do it either way. You can create a budget like we're doing from a conservative outlook that says, I think this is what's going to occur based on the cost we have to do. And then you could true it up with a supplemental later. Or you can have a skeleton budget the way Port of Cascade Locks is doing, and then increase a supplemental. Their way, you have to do a supplemental to get the appropriation right. From our viewpoint, we might have the appropriation just right, or if we do a supplemental, it's actually, it'll be a reduction. So you can do one or the other.
Well, it's worth pointing out also that the budget itself doesn't commit the commission to any funding. It just simply provides the headroom financially to do that should the commission decide to make an appropriation or approve a contract.
That's correct, Larry, very good.
Okay, move on. So very low vacancy rate, that could change. This is where there are real unknowns related to COVID, and we will Ann is working very closely with each of our tenants to understand their financial situation. Several have made requests under the CARES Act for loans. A lot of unknowns. It's possible that we'll lose some tenants. We will have to see how this unfolds over the next many months. Lower Mill continues, although there are some questions, as everywhere else in this paper, in this budget, about how we move forward. We have been in negotiations with a business that's been interested in purchasing a lot. It's unclear now whether that negotiation will be successful or not. But based on the real estate development strategy, the port has taken an initial step to prepare a concept plan for a building or buildings that potentially could be built on the port's own account. And we have budgeted in the next year for the completion of the full site preparation activities, which include filling of a wetland. All of our buildings, we're trying to be on a very rigorous schedule of maintenance and making sure that we're inspecting each building and anticipating what their needs are. The big one in the next budget year, although it was budgeted this year and it is still possible potentially to do it, is the needed roof repair on the Big 7 building. Other than that, there's a variety of other, what I'd call normal small capital or capital maintenance projects in various buildings. One that I note here, and I think I note somewhere else, is that we have plans, and we're working on plans and specifications to increase the amount of space here in the port offices. We're sort of bursting at the seams, and the configuration of the money room and the file room is not very efficient. So plans are being prepared now. It'll be a next fiscal year decision whether to move forward on that construction project. And there's, I believe, $100,000 in the budget if the commission chooses to move forward on that. I mentioned earlier the real estate development strategy. That becomes a fairly important guiding document for staff's efforts and recommendations to the commission. That's been completed. It took probably a couple of years to prepare it. It continues to be vetted and evolving. But the focus from the commission has been on acquisition of additional property if available, continued efforts on the Lower Mill that I talked about, completion of a traffic report or traffic analysis for the waterfront, which would allow us to determine where the almost breakpoints are for further development relative to traffic transportation system limitations, and continued sort of modest effort to try to pursue next steps on Lot 1. And there's also an architect that's been hired to do some concept planning for commercial hangars at the airport. And I would say that there are some potential potential acquisition opportunities that we are pursuing in negotiations at this time. There I have mentioned the Lot 1. The big news there is that you may all know that there's a very significant and costly stormwater system or stormline replacement project that directly impacts the port. We've been working on that for a long time. The anticipation or hope was that tax increment funding through the urban renewal district would be brought to bear on Lot 1 infrastructure. It now appears that the city will be focusing that that resource, tax increment financing, almost solely or certainly primarily on the replacement of the storm line. And so that means that I would hazard a guess that there's very little chance that there will be tax increment funding available for Lot 1 infrastructure. So if that were able to be pursued, that it could only be carried out by a phased approach and with other financing, some combination of port and EDA or other grant funding. So that's the development side. The bridge is a big category of our budget. And here what I referred to earlier is that because of these efforts, really focused efforts right now to pursue bridge replacement efforts, the commission has worked to reduce the amount of capital spending on the bridge for a 3 to 4, maybe 5-year period. That ongoing capital maintenance spending, the greater likelihood you'll get behind the maintenance curve, and the bridge becomes less safe, and you lose its longevity. And so effectively what this means is we are in this budget cutting down on the capital spending on the bridge, essentially delaying some projects. But at the same time, we felt that this was a really important budget year to spend money on the evaluation, inspection, and non-destructive testing of really critical elements of the bridge, primarily related to the bridge tower, the lift towers. And having those fully characterized would mean then, and with cost estimates, we would then have a much better idea of what the relative costs would be and the priorities would be as we move forward, assuming that the bridge replacement efforts, if they take a long time, or that we determine that they're not going to be successful in the medium term. So we have important, we recommend funds for these various inspections and tests. The other thing I might mention there is that we did some underwater inspections of the 2 of the bridge piers, the ones that over the years have had noted in the dive reports of spalling and degradation. And that's a big sort of ominous question mark to put over this, frankly, our 5-year capital plan for the bridge, because we don't really know how significant that degradation is. And we truly don't know at this point what steps might be taken if it was necessary to do some maintenance. It's those spots are down by the mud line, they're 80 feet underwater, and real questions about how you go about carrying out some repairs there. I'll pause there just for a moment. I went over some big bridge stuff. Any questions? So moving on, just an increase, but a known increase that in expenditures for the repairs to the steel deck and the guardrail. There's the underwater inspections comment about the bridge piers. We also have reports or some assessments done of the north and south approach ramps that showed high percentages of sodium chloride salt, and that is a concern as we look ahead, and those would be very difficult replacement projects to carry out. The FEIS, captained by Kevin Greenwood, is moving forward with really good success, Perhaps we're at 60 to 65% completion now. So that was a $5 million allocation from the state, very significant contribution. And the big question for the port is what's next? Is done before it's done. You want to pursue next phases, which include legislative and governance and financial planning and other things. So the good news is the FAS is moving along well. The challenge is what's next. In the budget, there's a really significant set aside for local match if the port were successful in obtaining some big federal funds. And there's two applications, one that's been submitted, another one that will be, one for infra grant, one for build grant. Those have a $5 million minimum grant request, but each require a different percentage of local contribution. The infra requires about $3.3 million of port money to match that. And there's a low percentage that will be successful, but if we were, then the commission has some real questions about how to secure the local match, which would effectively be taking on additional debt and utilizing primarily, but maybe not exclusively, bridge revenue to pay it back. So there's a big question mark going forward in that effort. A lot of information here about the suspension of tolling operations and license plate recognition. We've now been effectively forced within a really compressed period of time to go to all electronic tolling, which means, like it says, there's no one in the booth, there's no staff person there to take a toll. Everything is carried out electronically, taking a picture of a license plate, using a third-party vendor if it's not in our BreezeBuy system, obtaining the demographic information of the driver, and then sending a bill to that driver. Most, I would say, tolling agencies around the country have all electronic tolling. Most, I think, still, or many still have someone in the toll booth, but they have the capability to move to AET right away. We didn't. So Fred has done amazing work, and with Genevieve's assistance in getting the messaging out to transform our operation rapidly and hopefully successfully into AET, an AET system. Fred's pointed out that as we look ahead, once we get data in, we'll know the relative success and what percentage of people will pay and what the additional costs are, and importantly, what the bridge traffic is. There are several items in the proposed budget for continuing the increase the capability of the electronic system at the toll booth. And then, as most of you know, we had a really successful rollout of this support system. BreezeBuy is now implemented at Cascade Locks and at the Bridge of the Gods, and we are providing, through an agreement, service to their portion of the BreezeBuy system. So far, that's been it's just gone very, very well. Okay, recreation and marina, some of the smaller items in the budget allocated or proposed various small capital projects. Perhaps the one of note is the $50,000 for a new picnic shelter in Marina Park. This would be at the north end of Marina Park, and if the commission decided to go ahead with that, it would be a new asset, a new facility that could be used by the public. There's increasing use of not only Marina Park, but all the recreational facilities on the waterfront. The budget includes the planning and the permitting for an upgrade to the visitor dock, which is in, at least parts of it are in great need of repair. I mentioned in my report the parking, which was pretty successfully rolled out over the last couple of years, the kiosks on the waterfront. That increased revenue with a fairly small but still important an additional revenue stream. I just don't see when. I think we'll be operational sometime this summer, but there's a big question mark of when. I think Daryl would have to check me, but I believe most, if not all, the major waterfront events have canceled for this summer, including the 4th of July fireworks. So we're into a very, very different operational year for the waterfront. Up at the airport, the big ones are the two cap project way, the connect long sustained effort to get the permit, and a real close call when we weren't sure what the hell come in, did come in, and the commission moved ahead on that project. A big part of that funding grant from the state. Grant project is an FAA project. That's a typical 90-10 funded project by the federal government. However, because of the CARES Act, or as part of the CARES Act, and it was sort of a surprise, the FAA said, well, we choose to pay 100%. So instead of a 90-10 split, it was 100% FAA, which amounted to around $250,000 of additional federal support for that project. So like any construction project, there's risk, and we feel we have a really good contractor for the first one. The second one has bid. The contractor, the low bid was the same contractor as Connect 6. They're ready to go, but we're waiting now on the FAA agreement to be finalized. If there aren't any other questions about the airport, any thoughts, observations, questions, what I've said? So I'll go to administration and management. Just a reminder that the port's policy, we support our employees as best we can, and that means we pay for medical, dental insurance for all full-time employees. Employees pay 10% of that cost. We had a pretty flat year, or relatively low rate increase last year. We're looking at 15% increase this year, so much more significant. And that just really stems, I believe, from the claims history of this last year of the pool, which is through the Special Districts Association of Oregon. PERS obligation, I do not believe will increase this year, but it's the following year, I think we will likely see maybe a significant increase there. Every year we allocate we have a step system here. So if people are successful and they meet the expectations, then it's a merit increase. They can go on to the next step. On top of that, we typically budget for a CPI increase. And this year, based on the index that Fred uses, about a 2.5% increase. Again, this is a budget. It's a budget item. It doesn't mean that the commission will make a decision to apply those same CPI increases or step increases this next year. And I would point out that for the budget committee members, that the commission did approve, or we formulated a proposed temporary compensation policy, which would reduce full-time staff, their compensation by 1 day a month over the next 2 months as a fairly modest but impactful to employees reduction in compensation. That's a matter that will be reviewed and possibly acted on by the commission tonight. We invest in lobbying and advocacy, and we propose investing a bit more this next year. And primarily that is focused on bridge replacement efforts. So we now have a public advocate, a lobbyist in Olympia. We have one in Salem. Feel very good about those two, as well as the federal lobbyists that we've used for years. The increase in this investment, again, is primarily directed at what we see as opportunities over the next 2 long sessions in Salem and Olympia to derive primarily funding towards the bridge, but also potentially some legislative authorities that would allow the bridge replacement to occur more easily. At the same time, you can't help but look at the fact that the COVID situation will probably have an enormous negative impact on both states' budgets in the billions of dollars. And in Washington, it might be $6 to $8 billion negative. So 21 is a long session in both states, and that certainly will be a session where budget is a primary focus of both legislatures. I generally just point out a little bit about staffing. We had 2 employees transition out last year. Current fiscal year. I really want to impress upon everybody how what a high quality staff we are, and how hard and long they're working on all these matters that are sort of coalescing at one time. I mentioned this going on down below. I mentioned the strategic business plan. We did receive a $50,000 grant for that. The commission has made the decision to pause that as we try to take the full measure of what's happening with COVID, and whether the strategic plan, when it's done, needs to reflect those changes as best we can anticipate because of the likely economic crisis that is underway and may be with us for a long time. Well, and there I mentioned it again, the conversion of a portion of the garage to conditioned space. So I'll pause there. And are there any questions that I've done so far?
Yeah, Michael, yesterday the Portland Public Schools reached an agreement with the state to take advantage of the CARES Act, whereby they furlough their staff 1 day a week, and the state picks up 100% of the salary costs for those employees. Have we looked at anything like that?
I can answer that, Michael, if you want.
Yeah, we have, Larry. Fred, go ahead.
Yeah, so Larry, we did. So the difference is the port has always self-insured for unemployment. So because of that, we had decades of never really having any claims, so it made sense to do that.
Mm-hmm.
If you're self-insured, then basically, if you put someone on unemployment, you basically pay for all that. So you might as well just go ahead and pay for them.
Okay.
I have a question on that. If I understand that we would have to pay their own, but wouldn't the $600 stimulus be available to them as well, as is everybody, the weekly extra $600 for them?
That's possible. I was reading that same article, Larry, but Commissioner Chapman, at least the language that comes out of the unemployment office or the employment office basically says, do you have the work for this individual? And if you do, then they can't claim unemployment.
Would it be worth following up with the state just to have a conversation to explore whether the program that we're following with unemployment might in any way qualify for the federal funding?
Yeah, you mean there was a piece within the federal funding. That is correct, and it has to do with, and this is the unclear portion. I've run this up the flagpole. I think it's actually over in the Department of Revenue now. It has to do with your quarterly filings of your tax returns, where you get that benefit under the CARES Act. So that is something I'm still following up on.
Okay, sounds like a worthwhile thing to explore, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Would it make any sense for us to join the state unemployment system next fiscal year to be able to take advantage of this or other federal support in the coming fiscal year?
as far as the first CARES Act, the package where it provided that like $600 additional, that would only run
September.
Yeah. So I don't, there's a part of me that when I ran the numbers, it really wasn't any savings to the port at all. So, I mean, significant. So that's where I went, well, you might as well just keep your employees on.
Huh, because my understanding of that report from the state was that, or from Portland, was that the state's picking up, when they include the $600 federal subsidy or supplement, that it picks up 100% or greater of that salary cost for the individual. That there wasn't any Portland Public School contribution to the salary in those days that are furloughed.
Yeah, so where it comes into play is really on your part-time employees, but not your full-time employees. So there could be a benefit depending upon which part-time employee and the number of hours that they actually work. But there is a break even there that it does swing in the benefit of the employee versus the employer. But I think the main piece here, if we can keep our employees employed and then go to the CARES Act and file under when we file our quarterly tax returns to get that benefit. And that's something I have to still research.
And Fred, have you guys looked at, I'm sure that you have it in talking with the Port of Cascade Locks, that FEMA is coming up with a program specifically for port aid. And I wasn't exactly sure what the reimbursable was, but it was pretty high. And it's to my understanding that the Port of Portland just got $7.2 million from FEMA. So I don't, Jess Groves had information on that.
Michael, do you know anything about this?
Well, the FEMA programs that I'm aware of reimburse for direct costs related to an emergency. They reimburse at 75%, and it's a really long and onerous process to get the money. I'm not aware of another FEMA program that we could take advantage of, but I'll make a note here to call Jess and see if there's something we're missing. I would point out, though, there's two other areas that efforts to secure funding for ports. The one is through IBTTA, which is the Association of Tolling Agencies, effectively. And they have made a specific and detailed request to the Congress and congressional leadership for funding for tolling authorities. They would have to be part of the next relief bill if it occurs at all. And then the second is an effort that's a letter that's been signed off on by 85 different representatives. Kurt Schrader, one of the primary signatories of Oregon, which is also requesting funding for ports. And in both of those cases, it's not tied to direct expenses to respond to an emergency. The first one that I mentioned could actually restore or some anyway, of the loss of toll revenue, because that was a voluntary action. The Port Commission took that action, not because it had to, because it felt like it needed to. So I think from a FEMA standpoint, that would be considered a voluntary, just a decision that was made not directly related to direct expenses of the port. So I'm making a note. We'll contact Jess and Cascade Locks and see if there's more to what they're aware of than what we are. So that's really the sum of it. There's two or three major points I wanted to reinforce. One is the bridge replacement efforts and the question of if and how much and when, if we needed to provide funding to either leverage a grant funding, or if we needed, the commission made a decision to allocate funds on its own to advance phase 2 efforts. Because we're reaching points of departure in this bridge replacement effort that are somewhat tied to legislative sessions, particularly long sessions, 21, 23, 25, where we will need to demonstrate significant progress and a defensible argument and a credible local vehicle or initiative to replace them, or we will not be able to pursue those opportunities. And if that happens, then the port has to default to a position of saying, we got to keep this existing bridge safe and operational. And that could mean within 5 years or so, a really significant investment in the current bridge in the order of $50 million. The second that I mentioned is the fact that it's going to be a commission decision as we go forward, but do we continue with our efforts to evaluate property, consider acquisition, and to take steps to design, characterize, market, and potentially build industrial buildings that can serve a market need, but also provide a long-term revenue source for the port? That's a fundamental question, because the farther we go along, the less ability, or at least the less likelihood we'll be able to borrow money. And then the third one is just the overall uncertainty of COVID-19 and the potential impacts to this community and to the fiscal condition of the port. So that's my report. I tried to be quick, but it was 8 pages. So I will stop there and ask again if there are any questions or thoughts on anything I've said.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I think that really helps explain it. You do a good job. Thank you.
Thanks, Judy.
Yeah, he did a great job. And you know, it's gotten to be a whole lot less wordy when we do these meetings, when we're all looking at each other on a screen somehow. I'm not sure if you've noticed that, but you know, meetings that my family meetings, of course, they take all day, but mostly when we're doing this, it's very interesting, because unless you really have a serious question, you don't just mumble around like I'm doing right now. So I think Fred will be the next person to show up with a budget review for us, if you would please.
All right, so I'm gonna bounce a little bit around with the budget, but I will go by funds. So like Michael was saying, we have 3 main funds, or they're the general fund, the revenue fund, and the bridge repair and replacement fund. So I'm first going to go to the general fund. It will be followed by the bridge repair and replacement fund. Then I'm going to go talk about payroll, personnel, and the personnel costs. And then I'm going to talk about materials and services. And the last thing we'll talk about is capital improvements.
But are you going to share your screen, or should I continue to page through the packet?
I can share my screen.
Okay.
So I'm going to bring it over. Can anyone see that?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So this is page 14 in your packet.
Got it.
So this is called the general fund. And basically, I will try to move that out of the way here. All right. So I think we will probably we will start the year close to about $300,000 as far as, you know, what we have as cash in the general fund. Well, I'm planning on making about $7,000 in interest income during the year. And this is the revenue side of things. Tax receipts, it's basically we get a value of the assessed value that we in the county can assess to those properties. And we have a very, very low tax rate. But when you look at what it would bring us, it brings us close to about $75,000 for this next budget year. So just to give you an idea, we will have a transfer from the revenue fund of about $662,000. And that's what to really cover outside of what the tax receipts give us, this is what we need to really subsidizing the general fund, basically. So when we go down on the expenditure side within the general fund, we have the commissioner's wages. We have administration of about 94,400. And then we have what we call community service initiative. It's really the interns and what we want to do from a community perspective here at the port. Now, we may or may not, just due to this coronavirus, hire interns or not. It depends how long this coronavirus goes. But I thought, at least that's what I said earlier, we're taking a conservative approach, putting it in the budget. That doesn't mean we're going to spend it. We'll spend it when, the time allows and the environment allows us to spend it. And so the taxes and benefits and all these wages run about 54,000. So for the general fund, we have about 189,600 for personnel services. So that is the piece of that. Then we get into materials and services for the general fund. We have an office lease. Basically, this is the same amount that we've had in the budget for a long time, but it's basically saying, hey, that boardroom, the general fund needs to pick up a cost of that boardroom, which is part of the general fund, and that's really where all the policy making and board resides. We have a little bit for utilities, community service initiative. We have about 5,000 that goes hand in hand with the interns above as well. The rest of it, as you'll see, from supplies to our travel to our dues and memberships, all of this is laid out in another document. And I'm going to bring that document over. So just bear with me. I have to do some. So here on the general fund is all of our, for lack of terms, materials and services. So each one of these items that you see correlate to a line item on that other schedule. From our lease of 48,000, our utilities, our supplies. We're budgeting a little bit less this year than last year, about 31,400, just because we feel that we're not using as much. We're budgeting a little more for travel, just due to the fact that we have more travel occurring within our board, and that's fine. And then dues and membership. So you'll see down here, dues and membership. Last year, we had a budget of about 42,300. This year, it's about 50,000. Most of that's really related to the Hood River Energy Council. We put in the budget last year at this $10,000 for the Hood River Energy Council, and I have rebudgeted that as well. That's something for discussion if you want it, but we did discuss it last year and we put it in. So that's the main increase there. The insurance is about the same as last year. It's $4,000. The other item that's a little bit less, although I'll go through it. So professional services within the general fund is basically our lobbying costs. And our federal lobbying costs, we put a budget of 96,000 and last year is 90. And so we want to put as much effort into this next year as possible, both at the federal level and at the state levels. So that's why you see an increase both for the federal lobbying and as well as the state lobbying. So that's where most of that increase occurred, although we have less of other professional services, which last year was mainly the strategic planning. We still have a carryover of that strategic planning. So that's why you see in that 75,000, sort of a leftover of the strategic planning from the current year that we're in. So even though we have some increases in lobbying costs, our overall professional services will go down for this next year. Audits are about the same. We will have a single audit act audit that will occur because of our FAA grants. And they're the ones that really promulgate this single audit act. It's a much more intensive audit. and they look at quite a few more things, and we have to report back to the feds on a single audit. And newsletters and and advertisements, about the same, a little bit less. But overall, materials and services in the general fund is less than last year, by more than about $29,000. So it's sizable. So that's what I have for the general fund. Any questions? None? Then I'm going to go to the bridge fund. And you will find the bridge fund on page 27. So if you go to 27 in your handout, it will be there. So we're estimating, or I'm estimating, that I'll start the year off in the bridge repair and replacement fund with about 1.9 million and change. I figure we'll probably have an interest income of 45,000. We have a grant, and this grant is really just the $5 million that we've had over the last couple of years. And it basically covers the personnel and the materials and services costs down below. And then here, $3.4 million, this is what Michael was alluding to. We did apply for the infra grant. If we do get the infra grant, we will have to match it at about $3.3 million in change. So I put in here about $3.4 million of debt financing to make that, to create that match. Now that said, although the budget shows $3.4 million of debt, that doesn't mean that that is exactly what will occur if we get the grant. There's always a possibility of other options coming into play, whether it's your state governments providing some equity infusion or some cash flow that could be used as a match. So at least we got the bookends within this grant. If we want to move forward, and we want to move forward with, if we get the grant and we want to move forward and we don't have any of the states coming in to help us out, that is an option within the budget. So that's why we have that $3.4 million there. The rest of this is really from the revenue fund. In the prior toll increases, we basically said, basically this is roundabout, but it says in many different words, but basically about 50 cents of the first dollar has always been discretionary. And anything above that fell into this 1994 and 2012 toll increase, because that 2012 toll increase went from 75 cents to 80 cents. And then in 2018, we had another toll increase that went from 80 cents to $1 for a breeze-by account, and $1 to $2 for a cash account. So that's what this is reflecting, that this money that's over in the general fund moves over to the bridge repair and replacement fund. But it also these transfers also cover the cost of the bridge and repair and replacement fund. So I'm going to go into the cost side of the bridge repair and replacement fund. So
Fred,
go ahead.
So those two funds total $2,069,000.
So this is what's coming from the revenue fund, about $2,069,000, correct?
So is that the same thing as an accounting of the toll increases for the purpose of bridge repair and replacement?
Correct.
And do we have that much money now, or has some of it been spent on repair?
Yeah, there is some that is spent on repair, and there is, remember, we get, let's say use a round number, $5 million off the tolls.
Yeah.
We pay for toll collectors. We do pay for some indirect costs of staff that goes to the bridge, and some indirect costs of maintenance that goes to the bridge. And then we also pay for all the materials and services in the revenue fund, that is for the bridge as well. And we also have capital improvements in the revenue fund for the bridge. And most of those are really for the toll facility itself. So like the tolling equipment and stuff, tolling software, that's over in the revenue fund. So you take the tolls and you say, okay, I got to pay out my staff, the toll collectors, I have to pay for my materials and services out of the revenue fund. What's left over is that now I got to move that money over. How much of that money that I'm moving over to the bridge repair and replacement fund is related to the 2012 increase and how much is related to the 2018 increase? I move that money over, like you said, $2,069,000, and then that pays the rest of the bridge repair and replacement fund costs.
Okay.
And
Thanks.
those costs are as you can see, where I say wages and benefits, wherever I say existing bridge, that is the repair part of the bridge. And so that $2,069,000 is going to cover the existing bridge expenditures. And in personnel costs, it's the $72,000 and $38,200. If you look at where it says replacement, that is coming out of that $5 million state of Oregon grant. And so that grant really covers $121,000 and the $58,600 on personnel costs. So, and then I break the bridge repair and replacement down between existing and then replacement. And anything above that gray bar is repair, existing bridge. And anything below that gray bar is replacement. And so as you can tell, the replacement cost is really all of its, most of it is professional services that Kevin has to go out and he needs to acquire these professional services like WPS or and they handle most of the professional services. Above the line, here we're talking legal cost. And for the existing bridge, we have on-call, we have professional services on-call, about 50,000. We use some electrical on-call that could occur at any point in time. And then we hold some professional services that's just miscellaneous as a placeholder. And then the rest of it are placeholders like for legal and miscellaneous. So for the bridge, for materials and services, you know, it's about $1.4 million, but most of that is being covered by the $5 million state grant. And then as we come down a little further, the capital is quite lengthy with regard to the existing bridge. And I can go down through it. But I will go down through all of the CIP on the very last spreadsheet that I'm going to present to you. But you'll see all of these items, joint repair, pier foundation engineer. I'll go over each one of them a little later. The $3.4 million is really that match for the infra grant. And so what we're doing is just saying, hey, I got this $3.4 million. I issue debt, I'm going to spend that. So it's just an in and out. We don't know how it's going to play out with regard to the bridge replacement. So we at least put the appropriation there. So as Larry was saying earlier, you have the appropriation, then it's up to you to determine how much of that, if any, do you want to use during the year. And that would come back to the commission. And then if you do take out $3.4 million of debt, you will have some debt service, and that's where the $109,100 comes into play. Any questions on the bridge repair and replacement fund? Nope. Okay. So what I'd like to do now is to go to personnel services. And let me tell you where that is. That is on page 30. So let me bring this over. Bear with me. I manually have to bring it over. So if you can see this, so our budget for wages for this current year that we're in is about $1.9 million or $1,974,000. If you look at the, we have some cost of living increase. I used, or the port uses the Western Region Class BC CPI. We used to use the greater Portland metropolitan area, except it got dropped by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And this is what the Bureau of Labor Statistics basically said to use, so we're using it. So that would be about 2.54% for this next year. And we have step increases. So we do have, our positions are on a step system. So there's 7 steps. And so people usually start at step 1, and each year, if they do a good job, they get to move up 1 step, which is about 5%. What we have when you put all your, when you put all the wages in place, and if they get a COLA, if they get a step increase, it gets you about $2,032,000. And so, and that is static. That's like keeping the same number of people, and that, you know, all they're doing is getting, an increase. And overall, when you look at the difference between the 2 budget years, it's about 2.9% increase from last year with regard to wages. And when we get into benefits, our benefits started out from last, or ended this current year that we're in, we have a budget of about $881,400. This year, we don't see an increase in PERS, not in the PERS rate. What you see here is that people make more, and so they basically, the employer has to pay more. That said, employees do have to pay into PERS. They do get deducted 6%. It's a statutory amount for the whole state of Oregon. Healthcare is the one big piece here that has increased. Michael said about 15%. As it relates to the overall taxes and benefits, it's about 9.3, but still, it was a large increase. That said, we did not have a large increase in the prior years. So at the spring planning session, Commissioner Chapman said, or I forget who, but someone said, why don't we look at some others? So I went out to an independent broker, and they basically showed us different or similar plans, meaning you can, you definitely, if you have a medical plan, if you have really high deductibles, then the premium's much less. So we looked at comparable plans to the plan we have with the Special Districts Association of Oregon. And we're right in the middle. There are other plans like Aetna and or United Healthcare and Motor that are much more expensive. But we noticed the ones that were a little cheaper, and I'm talking, maybe a few $1,000s cheaper. Basically, the out-of-pocket or the deductible was much higher. So I think what's happening is it's not just the pool that we're in. I think increases for across the board for many healthcare providers is quite a bit. So overall, for this next budget year, we're looking at, with regard to taxes and benefits, about 11.9% increase over the prior year. But as I drop down, you take a look at your total benefit package and wages, compensation and benefits, and taxes. And so we're about a 5.7% increase over last year. And that's with a static budget with regard to FTE. And so what happens, what I do want to say here, and this is how it's broken down by fund. Our PERS rates hadn't changed, which is good, but Michael alluded to the fact that there is a large unfunded liability, and there's a high probability that in some future year, not this year, next year, but the following year, that there'll probably be another increase in PERS. but we don't know for certain. So what happens is we take all these wages and benefits, and then I go to all the people here at the port, and we try to delineate how much time they work for each of our assets. Airport, marina, the bridge, Big Seven, all of our assets, recreation. And then as a percentage, we then take all these percentages and apply them across the board. And I can give you a little feel for what that would look like. Let's see here. So this gives you a picture sort of how everyone's sort of split, how their percentages are split apart by asset. And so each one is a little different because each one is different. My staff is dedicated in different ways. Maintenance the same way, and how they allocate their time.
Hey, Fred,
Yes.
I'm not seeing the sheet that you're referring to. Is that in the packet or on the
No,
screen?
I didn't put it in the packet.
Okay.
So
Just wanted to make clear. Thanks.
yeah, it doesn't have any meaning unless it's discussed in context. So,
But Fred, I don't see it on the screen either.
oh, you don't?
No, I'm still on the transfer revenue fund screen.
All right, let's see here. Hold on. Do you see the personnel screen, personnel costs?
No.
No, I did not.
All right, hold on. I'll get you there. So here we go. Do you see the wages and benefits?
Yeah,
I see a very large blurry row 1.
Oh, man. Okay. All right. Let's try this. Oh, here we go. Is that better?
Yes, now I have wages in the upper left.
Sorry about that. I'm getting used to this as well. So I'll go over this, make some more sense, especially if you don't have your packet in front of you. So for wages, for last year, like I was talking, we had about $1.9 million in wages. This year it's about 232,000. And this is really related to this CPI increases and any step increases that will occur. So overall, wages will increase about 2.9% as compared to last year. On the benefit side, it's a little bit more. So last year, we had about $881,000 in taxes and benefits. This year, it's about $986,000. The big driver here is healthcare. Healthcare costs did go up. And so that after several years of pretty flat, we have a big increase this year. So we went out to an independent healthcare insurance broker, and they provided me different comparables. And we were right in the middle. There are some plans that were higher, not a lot higher, but they were higher, that were very comparable. The same kind of deductible, the same kind of out-of-pocket pay that you would have on a maximum payout. So that gave me comfort, and we're pretty close. But anyways, that said, we're about 11.9% higher than last year. But overall, when you add the wages and the taxes and benefits together, we're about $5.7 million, or 5.7% higher than last year. So what I was doing, let me see if I can do this better. So all these costs that you see for the general fund, revenue fund, and bridge repair replacement fund, when you saw those personnel costs, they were being applied based off of a percentage that everyone, we go around twice a year, and I have a discussion with folks and what do they think they're, how they distribute their costs through these asset groups. And let me do this. Bear with me. All right. Can you see that?
We got it.
Okay. So basically, this is sort of maintenance. Maintenance distributes their percentages by individual, and it rolls up, to it basically rolls over to all these different assets. And we do the same for the rest of our folks in the office as well. Let's see, how do I? Yeah, sorry for making it a little convoluted, but so this is like the, it's the same sheet, okay. Oh, here's the rest of the group and how we allocate it by individual. So really, we do allocate our staff across the assets based on, you know, their best guess. It is not an even science. Any questions? I will go into, let's see here. I will go into the revenue fund. Hold on here. All right, let me see. Can you see what's called the revenue fund right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And those that have a packet that want to follow on a hard copy, I'm really on page 16. So I do the same thing for the revenue fund. I try to figure out what our starting position will be this year. It's $10,350,000. I need to talk a little bit about that. That looks like a big number. It is a big number because in April, we went and refinanced the Jensen note. And so that was a balloon payment that was due, and it's due in about 10 days. And anyways, so we refinanced it and we got the money, and we're about ready to pay off the Jensen. And so they called us up and they said, you know, if you wouldn't mind, would you mind paying us in July instead? And I said, well, are you going to charge me interest? And they said, no, that's okay. We won't charge you interest. You just pay us off in July. And the reason for that is because of their corporate tax return. If they get a little tax advantage by paying it off in July. So I said, okay. So what I'm really doing, long story short, this $10,350,000 has that payoff in there. So usually, if they wouldn't have asked for it, it would be $1.8 million less. Long story short. Interest, looking at about $150,000, I think, this next year, even with the market the way it is. A lot of our investments are out there more than a couple years. They've been more than a couple years old, and they're out there for a couple years. So I have some good rates going right now. I don't know when they expire, whether or not I'll be able to get the same kind of interest rates. Needless to say, as we drop down into bridge tolls, I want to talk a little bit about this. So bridge tolls, what I did was I took a schematic of how we're looking, and I'm hoping I'm taking a piece of July, a little piece of August, a little smaller piece of September, and hopefully by October we're close to what we were October of last year. So we do have some losses going forward, and it's not losses, it's just less bridge traffic in July in August and in September. So this number reflects that. It's just a lower number of crossings. We have our cable crossings, which is by contract, by agreement. The next number is Breeze Valley Interagencies. We do work with Port of Cascade Locks, and they do pay us for our back office. And they use our back office and our staffing to handle any overflow calls that occur. And then this other $900,000, this is when we instituted all electronic tolling, we also instituted a $3 fee. This administrative fee will cover the cost of what we pay the DMVs and Duncan Solutions to provide us with the license plate information we need, which is basically the name and address of the people driving the vehicle, to send them an invoice. We send them the invoice, but I just need the data. To get the data, name and address, I need to pay for it. And so basically you'll see that cost down below and the expenditures, but the fee is reflected here. So it's a lot less than our total cash traffic, but that's because what happens over time is I accumulate in my database, I accumulate all those license plate numbers. And so if I have a license plate number and I have a name and address tied to it, I will not go to Duncan Solutions and say, can you give me the name and address? I won't do that. I'll just use the name and address that's in my database. So that's why the cost, the revenue and the cost is a little bit lower. So as we move down, what we have in all the industrial,
Fred?
Go ahead.
Fred,
Yeah,
just a quick question. The natural gas line across the bridge and the lease we have for that, is that contained within the cable line item, cable crossing?
yes.
Okay, thanks.
So what I did for the lease income is a hybrid. So we currently are going to a new lease format. And the new lease format, as leases expire, we're putting the new tenants on this new lease format, which is really an additional rent. And that additional rent basically aggregates the property taxes and the maintenance and the utilities in one amount. And so you'll see that difference in reimbursable utilities and property tax being a little bit less as these new leases come up. The second piece here is I have not adjusted these numbers for any rent abatement or rent deferral. And the reason why is I need to get this budget through the process here. And I didn't at that point in time know of anyone who would be deferring or would be asking for any credit. So the budget was sort of done and baked by the time it got sent to you. We may adjust these numbers as by the time we do the adopted, but right now I didn't have that amount of time or those folks yet. So you won't see that. As we move down, so all of these are based off of the lease agreements, what will happen. And most of these have baked in their CPI, and we're using the same CPI, the Western region, Class BC. And so that's what you have for the rest of this. Reimbursable utilities are the same way. I've looked at the history of utilities through like March 31st of this year, and just basically are taking that number and sort of taking what 12 months would be and putting that in for the rest of these properties. So that's what you're seeing in all of these properties. $50,000 for the Jensen property. There's a possibility there. We have an environmental issue that is being treated now. And some of those costs can be recovered through insurance. And so that's what that $50,000 is. So it's sort of an insurance reimbursement of costs. So I'll go down. So all of these are the same. I've done the same math for all of it. Now, when we come here to Lower Mill, $1.7 million. So that is debt. So I'm putting the debt in there, and you'll see in the capital where we're appropriating, not doing, but we're appropriating $1.7 million to build some, or 1.5 million and change to do some development of a building out there. Whether or not that comes to fruition, I don't know, but we have it in the budget. We also have in the budget a lot sale. As Michael talked about earlier in his budget message, we may or may not be able to finalize that transaction, but it is in the budget. And the same holds true for the rest of commercial property. I want to drop down to industrial land. So here, the $4.3 million, this basically is a $4 million land purchase. We're closing in on it's a piece of property off of exit 62. And we also have some legal costs related to that. But we also have about $300,000 as a placeholder. There's a high likelihood the city is going to continue with the replacement of the stormwater line that goes underneath the Hood River Distilleries building all the way out to the outfall. So what the latest information is, there's a probability that they're going to use URA money to fund that instead of an LID. So I put a placeholder in case that goes sideways or it turns around and they start to look at using an LID to fund it. So that's what's in the budget, just to make sure we have something. And the rest of it's income from grants from the strategic business plan. And parking, I'm budgeting about $98,300. It's based off our history from last year. And if history repeats itself, this would be about right. It might be a little lower depending upon the number of people that come out there starting in July. So the other, going down into recreation, it's event passes, and we opened up event passes. We've opened up that starting in January. And so we feel that, we're probably, I think event passes will be hindered to some extent. I do have a little bit of loss related to the number of event passes. So, this might need to get tweaked between now and, let's say, when we do, when we finalize the budget or adopt the budget, I should say. And the rest of it, I've drawn down like a lot of special events and concessionaires as well. And they may need to get tweaked as well. So that's the same that holds true for Marina Park. When we get into the marina, I have a 6% increase. So previously, the board has always wanted the marina to stand on its own 2 feet. And to do that, we needed to continue to do increases. They were pretty close this last year. So they didn't cover their any CIP costs, but they were pretty close in covering the costs. And it looked like maybe one more year might do it. So I'm hoping that this next year, 2021 will be the last year, but we'll see based on the numbers. But we should be pretty close. And the rest of it is just grants that we have. We get a marina, Oregon Marine Board grant, and another grant related. That's a possibility that we could get with regard to the dock. Moving on to the airport. So as you know, the airport, we also have 6% increases for our T-hanger rates. The rest of the airport tenants are on an agreement or a contract. So that's where that money is coming from. Now, the FAA grants, so as Michael was saying, we now have not 90%, but 100% of the FAA construction grant. We also have here the Connect 6 grant, and it's basically about a half of that Connect 6 grant that's in this next year. And we have about $20,000 with regard to the PMP grant out of the state. And so that basically is what you have at the airport. And that's all tied to a CIP project. And then that's basically it. We have some minor items for general, but we have about $31,703,000 of resources going into this next year. Now I'm going to go a little bit, talk a little bit about the expenditure side of the revenue. Like I said, what we have here is we have in the budget the personnel services, and that gets allocated. And what you saw from the allocation is it drops into each asset category. Everyone's broken apart, and their wages are broken into the bridge, into the general fund, into bridge repair replacement if they have any time there, Big 7 and so forth. So that's what you're seeing there. And then the rest of this is related to materials and services. And I'm going to now, bear with me, I'm going to bring over materials and services for the revenue fund. Hold on. Okay. So what we have, and this is pretty self-explanatory. For utilities, what I do is I just go back and take a look at 9 months of this year and basically extrapolate what 12 months would be, and just put a very slight inflator. And that gives me sort of where I think we're going to fall for utilities for each asset category. So that's what we have in there. So naturally, how you're building, I've missed them the last 2 years in a row, and I hope I don't miss them this next year, but I've always underestimated what they would incur. And basically their business is doing great. They're producing more beer, which produces more utilities. But yeah, we get reimbursed back for all those utilities, but I missed it on the expenditure side. So that's why it's so high. And basically that is the reason why, out of all for utilities, it's really frame and how you're building this, driving that. Maintenance costs are about the same as last year. I extrapolate it the same way. I don't see any big differences. A slight reduction from last year, but overall it's about the same. So I don't see too much to explain there. In insurance, we did see a big jump. We saw a big jump in insurance. Now this is the catch. Although it seems very large, it's a 3-year policy, meaning for next year, it'll be the same amount. It won't increase. So although it's a big increase and it's driving insurance up, it's the one driver that's driving insurance up, it's bridge insurance. I don't see that occurring in the next 2 years. And that's why we decided, okay, if you analyze this increase, it's much less. Property taxes, now that one, basically I look at the actual property tax roll and take a look and see whether or not we're, and I put in there about 3%. In this case, overall, it was about 2.5, but I put about 3% in, and that's basically what the law allows for property taxes. Sometimes it's less, but usually it's not anymore. So unless there's new construction. So that's why that increased for property taxes. Miscellaneous, why this is such a huge amount is really related to that number right there. And it has to do with the bridge, and it has to do with all electronic tolling. When I'm going to issue a bunch of letters and post stamp these letters and all the supplies and the extra envelopes that go into the letters, you're talking a little bit more money. And so that's where that cost is for this next year. But you saw on the revenue side where I'm capturing that cost, and we're getting that cost back through that administrative fee. And then for legal, It's a little bit less. I've noticed we haven't spent as much. This is an area where we just haven't. So I basically tapped it down a little bit where I felt like there just hasn't been much history over the years to do too much with it. And there's enough in legal overall, 176,000 to, I think, if one asset incurs a lot more than its budget, we'll be able to cover it. And then the other item here that's a large increase is other professional, and the main piece here is the bridge. So we do have some on-call for HDR included here. We have P-Square and CAPS in here as well, and basically all those costs are about 194,000. The big increase here is Duncan Solutions. We will have to pay $1.10 per lookup when we look up a license plate. So that is that cost that's included there. But that cost is being recovered through the $3 administrative fee. And the rest of it is about the same as the prior year. And then administration, it's about the same. It went up a little bit. We have incurred a little bit more. Let's see, where we maintenance equipment. As we incur more maintenance equipment, we basically are driving around more with those vehicles, and so that ongoing cost needs to be reflected. So for the entire revenue fund, the materials and services amounts to about $3.8 million this next year, and we were about $3.1 million. And I would say about $600,000 of that increase is really related to all electronic tolling, postage, supplies, professional services, $1.10 paying people to look up your license plate information. So that's where that cost is. And most of that additional cost is being recovered through the administrative fee. So what happens is all this information then gets loaded, and I will hold on, I'll move that over. Gets loaded to here. And here means, are we back here at what page do you guys see?
It looks like it's just a minimized window over your Outlook, Fred, and
Let me, it's just that it's so small, I can hardly see it. Ah, here it is. How's that? This is the revenue fund expenditures description page. Does everyone see that?
That's it.
yeah, that's better.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so basically everything's getting loaded from the materials and services that you saw that I presented to you. So, and that goes all the way down. So the last item that I want to show you, or not that I want to have a discussion on, is CIP, and that is a large amount. Let's see here. Bear with me. All right. I'm getting better at this. Okay, so here's the CIP. Can everyone see this schedule of capital improvements and grants and other funding? A nod of the
Yes, I
head.
can.
If you're looking at it, if you're looking for it in your packet, it will be pages 34 and 35. I'll go down through it. Those of you that were here during the spring planning, a lot of this will be repetitive, but it's still there. Michael talked, and we'll start with Big 7. So Big 7, we do have some placeholders, whether it's a TI or an HVAC unit as a placeholder. But we have about $300,000 That was budgeted this year. We also budgeting it next year to do the roof. So that's being deferred. Maritime building, we have about a $20,000 placeholder. With regard to the infrastructure, like I said, we have an Exit 62 property. We'll use debt to basically fund that purchase. We do have some engineering, preliminary engineering for Anchor Way and First Street for the lot 1 area, waterfront area. And then, like I said before, I had about $300,000 that I put as a placeholder in case the city decide not to use URA money, they decide to go with an LID. For Halyard building, I only have about a placeholder of 10,000 for the TI and 18,000 for HVAC. And that's all I have. There is some discussions with regard to the Halyard building, but that is not in the budget as of yet. Jensen building, we are doing that environmental cleanup. And I see a boo-boo here. So that environmental cleanup should have $50,000. All right, so I got to put that down. So I should put $50,000 here next to it that basically we get reimbursed for that environmental cleanup. For Jensen, we have some paving going on the east side of that building. We do have some door replacement of 20,000 and some window replacement, 80,000 on the north side. For the DMV building or its state office building, we have about $15,000 as a placeholder. And then for the marine office building, we have a placeholder of 20,000 and some deck repairs for 8,000. For the port office building, Michael talked about this. We have $120,000, like he talked about, that we're looking at reconditioning the shop in the port side and also doing a little work with the shop building. We also have 20,000 for charging stations. This got put in. We may or may not do anything with regard to the charging stations, but if we do move forward with that, we have some appropriation to look at that. With regard to the timber incubator building, we have a $5,000 placeholder, and we're going to do some concrete work there, about $10,000. Wasco building, again, for the TI, we have a placeholder of about 15, but we do have some beam repair work there that's going to cost about $35,000. Now, as we move down for the Hannell Mill, we have building design work of about 30. We have some wetland fill, 200,000, and then building construction of about $1.5 million. And we talked about it a little bit before, but all this will be debt related if we move forward. But at least we have the appropriation there if we want to move forward. And so anyways. The airport, we did talk about a little bit. I talked more about the grants, but we will be looking at replacing the exterior lights there at the airport. About $50,000 for hangar design. And the rest of this is what we talked about. PMP, 22,000, that's paving. This is the FAA grant for the construction. This is the Connect 6 grant for $1.6 million. And I put in here, and we don't have to, but we did put in $400,000 for the fuel tank. When we modified the Connect 6 grant, because we were looking to basically be able to fund the rest of the Connect 6 grant, we took out the fuel tank. So this is in there, and at least from an appropriation standpoint, doesn't mean we will do it, but at least you have appropriation if you want to move forward with the fuel tank. And there has been discussions that it could be less. It could be in the $200,000 to $300,000 range instead of $400,000 range.
Okay, Fred,
Yes,
can I make a question?
you bet.
There's probably 26 or 8 different cracks going across the driveway that goes from 281 down to the property that you're just working on right now that are 1.5 inches wide. I mean, they're not little cracks. And you probably ought to figure out how to do some of those before you really start deteriorating that road, because it's kind of not such a good idea to have a crappy road into Taj Mahal.
So which road is this?
It's,
Airport Road you're talking about?
Air Museum Drive.
Museum Drive? Yeah. Air
Okay.
Museum.
Yep, and John, that's something we're looking at in future years.
and when?
In future years, and we did originally have about $200,000 for doing some repaving on the north side, which would have included part of that road. But we took that out of the budget early in the process.
Well, roads don't last forever if you don't do something with them.
Well, let me put that down, and you guys can vote how you want to leave it in.
John, is that a seal coat kind of situation, or is that a full depth repair?
Sorry if I can answer. That's a crack seal with maybe some cut out and replace on those seams.
So it's not a big dollar number, will it, with crack seal, or?
I wouldn't assume it'd be over 35,000.
Okay. So I'm writing this stuff down. We'll come back to the items that you may want to add to this budget or not add. So I'll put this down and come back to it, John. How's that? You can nod. Okay, thank you. So talking about the bridge, this top part here is really the tolling. So we have about $103,000 that is due to the back office that we cannot do this year. When we got the green light to, to basically switch gears and move to all electronic tolling, there is some back office that we were going to get done this year that we're pushing into next year. We just can't get to it. We're trying to put all we can into this all electronic tolling. And so that's what that 103,000 is, just from prior year back office work. This is the PCI compliance. So we're starting to nudge above that $5 million mark, which puts us into another category for PCI compliance. So we will have to look at having an audit done with PCI compliance. But that is something that we just have to tighten up our procedures and even our firewalls. So that's not going to go away. It seems like every year we're getting more and more requirements from the banking industry with regard to PCI compliance. We have some lane integration we have to get done. That was, that we have earmarked for this next year, but we do need to get that done. And then the interoperability, what this means is that when people come through and they're from another state, this is another way of sort of decreasing my cost to Duncan Solutions. If basically if you're from like, I guess, New York, and you have whatever Easy Pass, and you're coming through our facility, and you go out and you're from Easy Pass, I can then, through this interoperability, grab the money from their account in New York to pay us.
Right.
And likewise, if one of our folks, it's a sort of an interoperability. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If one of our folks travel across the Easy Pass, they in turn can do the same thing. They can grab, it's an IOU. Basically, they don't come into our bank account, but they say, you owe me this amount, this vehicle came through our facility. So we're trying to get that work done as well. And then the next item here is Twilio integration and case management. So one of the things when we had this coronavirus, we realized if we couldn't get our folks into the office, that was really going to be a problem. And so what Twilio integration and case management does, if this happens in the future, which it might, we can have my office staff and myself basically dialed into the phone, a phone service, well, it's a phone software, and the case management is part of the back office. And we basically can run as if we were right here. And then only one person has to come in probably once every 3 times a week just to mail out the transponders. So this gives us that capability. And it's something I wish we would have had a month ago, but we didn't. So hopefully you'll be okay with moving forward with that. The other piece is 34,000 for reports and invoice conversion. We need to get that done as well. That's for the revenue fund. The rest of this is this $3.4 million is the replacement side. We talked about it before with regard to the infra grant. If we get the infra grant and we need to match it and the states don't come forward, then we will have to go and issue debt. And I say we'll spend $3.4 million. I don't know, but at least it's in the budget as if things come to flourishing and we do get the grant. So the rest of this, we talked about during spring planning. We looked at cameras and signs and gates. We have about 35,000. We have ongoing in the 10-year model or the 30-year model, pressure washing, and this is something we have every single year. We have some overlay repair work on the approaches, about $40,000. We have $100,000 this next year to do the Pier Foundation scour inspections. And then that's the engineering part. And then we have the underwater inspections of about 20,000. We do have some rail segment repair work for next year. And we also have the rehab of the lift span and live load support of about 50,000. And that will be with Bamford's, what is it, Michael? It's
Stanford Bandlow.
Stanford Bandlow. I had it backwards, sorry. We have some welding. We realized that we're going to have to do some additional welding, so that's why it moved up from $25,000 to $50,000. We haven't gotten to it yet. We have it in this year's budget, but we haven't gotten to it, and we probably won't. Is the embankment sloughing right here on the south end. We need to work on that. And then we do have some Trunnion NDT and M&E inspections for next year, about $102,000. And then we need to do some rope inspection and some lubing of ropes, $110,000. And then about $88,000 of just miscellaneous repairs. We just use that as a placeholder. So about 4.3 or almost $4.4 million with regard to the bridge. The marina, we have some dock repairs. We put a placeholder in there for about 30,000. That's going to move forward. We do have the visitor dock engineering, 40,000. We're hoping that if it does move forward, we will be able to apply for an OMSNB grant of 20. They're usually 50%. We have marina software. Because of this coronavirus and us moving forward with our systems on all electronic tolling, John, we will try to move forward with this marina software this year. Hopefully we'll be able to start moving forward with it in June. But I put it in the budget for next year just in case we don't get it all done to purchase by the end of June. So that's why that is there. The boat ramp repair, we have $15,000 there to take a look at. Moving on, the Marina Park, this was in this year's budget. We haven't gotten to it, and we're pushing it. We're just deferring it. So it got rebudgeted for next year. Lighting on the footbridge. This is something that is new. We've been looking at our picnic shelters and looking at maybe putting another picnic shelter out there or two. It's something that we realize, and this might be something we wait not for this summer, but for next summer or next spring. So it's something that we've been looking at, and there's a high demand for this. So that's why we put it in the budget. And then the last thing is to do an ADA, some ADA work there at the Yacht Club restroom. And that's about $40,000. The event site, we have some landscaping and signage there that needs to occur. And also we have some event site dock repairs, about 21,000 that's remaining from this year that we need to do into next year. Nichols hook, we grade the hook and the spit every single year. It runs around about 10 to 15,000, but we also have some signage in there as well. The Nichols Boat Ramp Dock, we have about $21,000 there. So this is Tim's Clackam's work from the prior year that we need to do. Also at the Nichols, we have the seawall parking lot reseal of about $15,000. So for the Hook Spit and Nichols Basin, about $56,000. As we get into administration and maintenance, we have the property management system. I know, John, we wanted to get to it. We hope to, but I want to put it in the budget for next year in case we don't finalize this by June 30th of this year. We do have an interface that we need to work on. We just haven't been able to get to it, but this would really help out between the tolling system and our financial system to work that interface so we don't have to do so many manual entries. And we do quite a bit. And that came out in the audit that we do quite a bit of entry work. And then we also have a placeholder for PCs and software. And this is about the same as this last year. For maintenance, they're looking at the Bobcat forks and for the Dodge, a plow. So that runs about 14. They're looking at another replacement of another mower, or replacement of a mower, about 13,000. And then welding machines and potties, porta potties, about 11,000. And then we're in the replacement phase of our trucks. So we are in the replacement of a Nissan and the replacement of a flatbed truck, and that's 57. So about 95,000. So all these items within CIP and their grants, except for that one exception for the Jensen grant, is over in the revenue fund. Anyone have any questions on CIP? If not, then
Well, Fred, just one quick question.
yeah.
When we get to replacing the vehicles, are we selling the old ones?
Yes.
So that's the cost of new ones, or that's the delta?
That's no, on budget law, you can't net, you have to show the gross. So
Okay.
yeah, there's some other thing, and that's another catch. Gosh, you're on top of it, John. So I didn't put the sale of the vehicles. All right.
I need that money.
I've got one question for John, if he's online, Fred.
John, man, are you online?
I am, in fact.
Hey, John, it's Ben. I ask you this every year, and I'm going to ask you again this year. Does that cover your needs for the next fiscal year?
It does, Ben. We've been, with Fred's help, we've been really good about planning ahead, the year ahead, even for what equipment we're going to need. I mean, there's always in our department, there's always something that we could buy that would make it easier for us. But no, we do a really great job of keeping us well-tooled for our jobs.
All right. I just have a feeling this is going to be a pretty lean year. So I see some things in here that I'm not real excited about, but you guys need that stuff, and I want to make sure that covers it. So as long as you're happy. Good.
Yeah, thank you, Ben.
Okay, so I will get out of here. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay, so to summarize, basically, this is our graph of revenue. As you can see, tolls are a large part of it, but for next year, basically, we have a lot of debt. If we go forward with debt with regard to exit 62, with regard to the match to the infra grant, those are the two big items on debt, and the debt with regard to Handle Mills. So that contributes about 36% of our total revenues, but that's discretion. That's sort of that will have to be decided. But as you can tell, the grant money is large, and that's most of its airport. So this just gives you a flavor, and this should be in your packet up front. I want to say it was page Page 12 and page 13. So they sort of give you an outline of their, as a pie chart, as sort of a description, what it looks like. So hopefully that helps. And then the expenditures, what you're seeing.
Fred, sorry to interrupt. On that last pie chart, the land sales, is that an assumption about lower mill? I just forgot.
Yeah, that
What
is
our
the
assumption is.
assumption, the in-lot and what it would price out at, but it's just, it's an estimate.
Yeah, so that's a point of uncertainty like many other.
Yeah, it is.
Constantly land sale is questionable.
The only thing that's probably certain on here that I feel real good about is the property taxes. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get $75,000 of property taxes.
That's about it. Yeah.
With regard to expenditures, here you can see capital outlay is the big kahuna. Materials and services is the next, and then personal services and debt service. So it is what it is, and capital outlay has for the last 6 or 7 years, it's been the largest piece of the pie. So, and I don't see that changing. So that's my conclusion with regard to the presentation of the budget. I will like to, you can have deliberations now, but I had several items to deliberate on. Let me go over them with you. I'll first talk about mine. I think, and I hope you don't mind, that I found that on the Jensen grant, I didn't put that in as a grant on the CIP. I'm gonna do that. That's more of an error, not a deliberation item. The other item, Ann talked about at the airport, the crack seal. Well, John really talked about the cracks, and Ann said the crack seal would be anywhere between like 35,000 to probably not more than 50,000 to get that done. It's something, do you want to put it in or wait till the following year to put it in? Talking to the budget committee.
Is there any money to put it in?
Oh, it would have to, it would have to come out, yeah.
I know. So I think a lot of it is their money to do it. I mean, each year we do it, it's starting to grow grass. We're trying to spray them and keep it sprayed when we go along there because it does grow grass and then, it just eats up that much more. So they're pretty wide.
So yeah, in this budget, there's a lot of projects that are just, we know they're out there, they're unknown, but it's unknown whether they come to fruition or not. So putting that in there doesn't hurt it. It gives you appropriation that, let's say if you do this and it's, May of 2021 and you want to do it, you have the appropriation to do it.
Which I think sounds great. I think.
Okay, so.
Yeah, I think each time we can get the crack sealed. Same thing, I haven't really been out there just recently on the end of 7 on the overrun area or the displaced part. I don't know if we got those cracks sealed in there or not. I should have aasked Ann.
Yeah.
There are cracks out there that really need to get taken care of, and it maybe has been.
Yeah, so John Benton, you'll have to put this to a vote of the people, a vote of the budget committee, excuse me. Whether they want to put that in or not.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we've got a pretty good windfall from the federal government out there at the airport this year. So, keeping up with the rest of the airport wouldn't bother me at all, but I'll take a vote. Anybody that's in favor of this can say aye, please.
Aye on my part.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, I'm good putting it in.
7. Nay, people that really don't want to do that at this point can speak out right now.
Okay, so that moves forward. The next item I need to discuss is the sale of vehicles. I need to put that in, that was an error. So that's no discussion on that. And the last item, I want to talk about that was brought up was on the public comment, the individual talked about doing something. I don't know if there was a dollar amount. I didn't hear a dollar amount, and I don't know whether the budget committee wants to do anything with it. You know, this is the time to discuss that.
I'm sorry, I missed that. It's on what amount?
Yeah, that's the part I don't know. I don't know what the amount is. I know.
Well, I think that the letter said they wanted 200,000 set aside.
200. Okay, I didn't get that letter, so I don't.
I'm probably not impressed, but I could maybe be talking to something, but I think there's other ways, and I don't know how to take care of this noise thing. I think a lot of it's going away. I think a lot of the noise complaint airplanes have moved that were the problem.
Yeah, I would say that 200,000 is a lot for
Yes.
the rest of the budget when you're saying having to pay for it.
Right.
When you're talking about a $35,000 item, it's not a big deal, but 200,000, now you're getting in the range where it becomes more of a deal.
And I would ask if Ann could weigh in with, she had a conversation with Port of Portland. They've gone through, of course, this a lot, so they had some suggestions. Ann, can you summarize that?
Yeah, so the Port of Portland suggestions were really to continue the efforts we've been doing and that we had started before the pandemic hit. So Mrs. Roebuck's group had submitted a letter that outlined a number of solutions that they wanted to propose to the port. So in response to that, myself and the AAC and that group of people had decided to get a small group of individuals, representatives from both the AAC and the Concerned Citizens Group, to get together and try to work through some of those solutions. When I met with the Port of Portland, they were able to help me answer some of those specific questions that the Concerned Citizens Group had put together. We have not put together a date yet of when the 3 people from the AAC and the 3 people from the Concerned Group will get together. But after our AAC meeting last week, we're going to try to schedule a Zoom meeting to do that. None of the items that we discussed with the Port of Portland would require more than like a $5,000 cost expenditure, maybe if we wanted to get some noise monitors. However, the usefulness of those pieces of equipment are still in question. So the discussions we had about a potential study or something like that, those were not recommended by the Port of Portland.
And if I could ask, are there people on the Airport Advisory Committee that are willing to participate in this? Do we know that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think many of the AAC committee members would be willing to be involved, but there are 3 that have said they would specifically volunteer for that.
Okay, Port folks, what we're doing here is we're setting up a AAC, which I think is just kind of an advisory deal to begin with, sort of ignored a lot, and making a subcommittee of some AAC people and then some other people that aren't on any committee at all, but they're just a group of people that want to get involved in stuff. I just don't think that that's the way to do that. You want to have the whole AAC meet with some folks, I think that maybe is possible, but fooling around with a subgroup and a subgroup is getting it way out of anybody's view as far as I'm concerned.
What we had discussed, John, at one of the AAC meetings, and I think you were there, was to have a smaller group of people might be more productive than to have the larger discussions that we've had in past AAC meetings. So my understanding was there was a consensus with the AAC and the Concerned Citizens that a smaller group of people that could have a discussion outside of the public AAC meetings might be a way to get to some shared solutions. And the Port of Portland also agreed with that strategy and said that it has worked for them as well.
Chair Benton, Could I would make a recommendation to the budget committee that they do allocate some funds for this category. I think it's an important effort. We're not sure, and we won't be sure until working with the group what, if any, the funds might be deployed on, but I think it's important to reserve some funds that might involve acquisition of some technology that could at least allow us to track flight numbers and times. It could be outreach materials that allow us to gather more information and feedback from residents in the area. But I do think it's something the budget committee should and can allocate an amount to. I think I don't see what the need would be for $220,000, but it could be in the order of magnitude of 10 to 15 or so.
Well, however you feel, I'm not gonna vote to do it myself, so it's fine. If the group wants to do that, they can allocate whatever they like. I think we're barking up a really wrong tree right here, so I'm just not gonna participate in that in terms of how to do it. You need to take a vote if you're gonna go ahead and add that in, and that's fine. I'll ask for the question. Somebody needs to make a number available for us to decide on, if you'd like. Fred
Does
mentioned.
it really need a placeholder? Or can it just be, I mean, couldn't a group come to the port and say, hey, this is something, and the port could look at it? I mean, there's always discretionary funds. You think it needs to have a placeholder of something? It's kind of like we're saying we're going to spend that, or we could spend that.
Happens the next time some group comes along and wants a few bucks for their pet cause.
Right.
Are we now obliged to give that to them as well and not make it on a case-by-case basis?
I agree with that, in that I think that it's a very slippery slope. And especially now with so much uncertainty with what our budget's going to look like in 6 months, I don't think that we should be allocating money to any new projects. I think we should really be trying to tighten up the budget to protect us from the potential economic downturn of everything due to all of the COVID stuff.
Well, the last thing I'll say is simply that I think it's important for the future of the airport to understand this issue and deal with it correctly. And a budget allocation is not a decision. It's simply a way to reserve some funds if there's an appropriate use for it. That's all.
Yeah, I agree that I see value in having a placeholder. I see the noise abatement at the airport I don't think it's a problem we're going to solve with money. But $10,000 as an allocation, maybe somebody can think of, a use for $10,000, but I don't think it's a money problem.
So the other way is just to leave the budget the way it is, and then if something comes up, we try to, have savings in other areas and to cover this, if you'd like.
That's the way I would like to see it done. Otherwise, it seems like everybody can come up with some little thing. If they're really into this, maybe they need to raise some money to do what they want to do.
All right. So if that was my last item. I do want to say, if you take a look at last year's budget and this year's budget, and you just look at the two cost drivers of personnel services and materials and services, this budget is up by about 2.9%. So it's not that much. It's a little bit above the CPI overall. So overall, this budget is not as bad. Now, can't say the same for capital, but for materials and services and personal services, it's within a good percentage increase.
If I could ask a question about the capital budget,
yeah,
we've got 52% of our expenditures in capital that are budgeted, and 10 million of that is allocated. Really, not hard commitment to spend that money.
Correct.
How much of prior years? I guess what I'm asking, is there an average amount of our allocated capital budget that we don't spend on an annual basis?
Boy, that's hard to answer, John, because every year is so different. Like last year, we thought we had $12 million on the waterfront for a building. So that didn't come to fruition. And so there's 12 million, you know, so there's $12 million, I don't know. So it's hard because every year it's different. I can't say there's, you know, year in and year out, there's at least $1 million going into that bridge on the CIP. It's always been that at least $1 million and more some years. So it's a high number on CIP going to the bridge every single year. You know, I can come back to you or the board and break that out if you like.
Well, actually, my thought is that having such a large slice of that pie be in allocations but not expenditures kind of skews the other pieces.
As a graphic, yeah.
As a graph,
Yeah, it does. So that's why I wanted to come back to just the personal services and materials and services, because that's ongoing. That's day in, day out, day in, day out. What does that budget look like? And how's that increase from last year? And there is about 2.9%. I thought, okay, that's good. That's livable. That doesn't get beyond our means.
Okay,
the rest of it, CIP comes back to the board. Do we want to do it? Do we not? So that one, even though you have appropriation, doesn't mean it gets done.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
You bet. So the final thing, John Benton, that I have is we definitely have to do this because my number is writing on it, okay? The budget committee has to approve the property tax levy. And I wrote it out for you just in case, you know, the decimal point's important here per thousand. So
I am looking right at it here. So somebody needs to approve or move to approve the property tax levy at a rate of 0.0332 per thousand of asset value for FY 2021.
John, I move to approve the property tax levy at the rate that you just described.
Thank
I
you. Larry.
second it.
Okay.
perfect. And
All in
then the last item, John, will be to the budget committee to approve the proposed budget as amended with the above items.
Motion?
I'm sorry, repeat that. I was still on something else.
Somebody needs to move to approve the FY 2021 budget as amended.
Yeah.
Okay, I move to approve the budget as amended.
Okay. Second?
I'll second.
All those in favor for those
Aye.
two motions?
Aye.
Aye.
I think that's yes. Anybody doesn't want to do those couple of things? Perfect. Okay,
We're done.
I think we got as far as we could get. My screen today, and actually it turned out to be not too bad, 2.5 hours.
Oh, not bad.
This is Svea. Can I just make one comment about the community, the airport thing? Sorry, and I am on a learning curve here with a lot of these issues. We probably want to get back to them with something, and it doesn't sound like we took a vote here to approve any funds for them. I guess the two things that I think are, as have been discussed, like Judy brought up, there should be a big decrease in aviation issues in this next year. So it's going to buy them a little bit of time to maybe come up with some actual ideas, because it sounded when Chris spoke at the beginning of the meeting that she didn't want to speak for the group, but they had a lot of ideas. Well, why don't you narrow that down and then come to us and say, we want a little budget next year for this. So it sounds like, you know, we've got a little downturn here. They have some time. We want them to be a little more specific. So we can maybe get back to them with that response rather than just saying nada. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Yeah, ask them to make a proposal on what kinds of things they think will be effective and how much funding they need.
think it's a great idea.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good idea.
Okay, we're ready to adjourn?
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? We're adjourned.
Good job, John.
If you want to.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yeah, thank you, John. Thank you, Judy.
Hey,
Svea.
I want to thank Fred when he figures all this out and tries to explain it to us. I just really give him credit.
Think if you had to make those spreadsheets, Judy.
I know. I sweat over them.
Well, I can understand him, which is really interesting.
That's the test.
Oh, well, thank you, John.
You folks have a good summer.
All right.
It's
All
gonna
right,
be
you
a real
too.
rock and roller. That's what it's gonna be. So.
Right.
that's
And
where we-
before the budget committee members sign off, I'm just gonna recommend
Right.
for the regular session that we take
Thanks,
about a
everybody.
10-minute break, but Fred, the hearing, can you say the date of the budget hearing?
The budget hearing will be June the 2nd.
Okay, great.
So but it's the budget adoption will be June the 16th, and that's the most important date. Yeah.
Okay, so everybody that wants to stick around for regular session, maybe we should take a 10-minute break. I know I have to contact Jerry Jakes and Emily Fitzgerald, who will be joining us for that meeting.
Okay, then why don't I call a 10-minute recess and we'll reconvene at 4:15.
I'm gonna be slightly late to that, but I'll be right there.
All
Okay.
right. Thank you.
very much.
Bye now.
Thank you,
All right,
guys.
see you all then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Get out of here. What do we do?
So down at the lower right-hand corner,
Thanks,
you'll see
everybody.
in red letters, it says leave meeting.
I don't have any letters. I just have you and you look so
Okay.
good. You're it. It says it has your name right there. It's all it tells
All
me.
you, because you're in speaker mode.
Oh,
Okay, I think I can end it for you.
can you get me off
Yep, I think I can.
and cut me off of there somewhere? I
Well,
don't-
you stay healthy, Judy. We'll talk to
I
you
will.
soon.
And thank you very
Okay.
much. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Okay. Thanks for everything, Lori. It's good to see your face. I'll end that.
How you doing, John?
Good.
Had to go from work to home incredibly quickly.
Like to eat.
Ugh.
Jerry, welcome. Can you hear me?
Hey, guys, Fred and Michael just left the room here and they're going back to their offices. They'll sign on shortly.
Okay.
Hey,
Are we gonna
guys.
wait for- Jerry, can you hear me? Not yet, maybe. Is Emily gonna join?
Yep, Emily says she'll join. I'm not sure exactly what time, but I just texted back and forth with her, so she will be here.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
So Genevieve, are Michael and Maria on the Zoom conference now? They just don't have their video on because I can see their names.
Yeah, since Michael and Fred are sharing the same Wi-Fi router, we've been having some limiting out of bandwidth. And what we've found, especially when one of them is sharing a screen, it's better for us to stop sharing video. So especially while Fred was sharing all those spreadsheets,
Right.
Michael was turning off his video because they are both maxing out that back office Wi-Fi. I'm here in the conference room and I'm the only one on this router except for the people that are working in the East Wing. So, so we've been kind of struggling with our limit on bandwidth in our building this week. So if any of us are turning our camera off, it's to free up some of that bandwidth so that the other staff person doesn't start cutting out if they're.
Okay, and since Jerry wants me to do a roll call at the start of every meeting, can
Yeah,
I call the people that I have on my, well, I got 4, 8, 12, 13 people. And that would be everybody that's on the call?
yeah, right now we have 13 people on the call. And if
Okay.
you'd like, I can list their names instead of each of them or,
Well, it didn't work very well for people to call their own selves last time.
okay.
Yeah, if you would list them, that'd be great, or else, Jerry, do I have to list them? Do they have to be listed?
You gotta unmute yourself, Jerry.
I'm unmuted. No, just so long as we know who's there as the meeting begins or who comes in or leaves. How are we doing? That important?
And I can make that announcement if you'd like, John.
That'd be great. Or Maria, if she's taking minutes, she can just note them in the minutes. And that would say, it
Yep.
just, yeah.
Yep, so you want me to wait until you call to order?
No, I guess I'll call to order. I'll call us to order on 4:18.
Okay. In attendance from the commission, we have Commissioner John Everett, Ben Shepherd, David Merriweather, Hobie Strike, and Christy Chapman. From staff, we have Michael McElway, Fred Cowell, Ann Medenbach, Kevin Greenwood, Genevieve Scholl, and Maria Diaz.
Okay. Then first order of business tonight would be modifications or additions to the agenda. Michael?
President Everett, we would have to point out that item B can be removed, action item B can be removed from the agenda. And I point out that in the memo that I prepared, presentation item A, there's some fairly significant changes to the recommendation there because of new information received. We can cover that when we get to the to that presentation.
Okay.
And that's all from staff.
All right, then Genevieve, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we had several emails that were included in your packet, starting on page 3. Included in those emails was the public comment that was specifically addressed to the Budget Committee, which had received that in the meeting that just preceded this one.
Okay, so we've all reviewed the public comment, and we can move to the consent agenda. Does anybody have issues that they'd like to take up with the consent agenda? Or can I get a motion to approve it?
I'll motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
I see you moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair's aye. And all opposed? Chair's aye passes. For presentations and discussions, waterfront recreation facilities. Michael, you want to take this one? Michael, you there? Am I there?
I think we lost Michael.
You're there, John.
He's coming.
Okay. Let me go see if he needs some help. I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's see, well, actually, this is kind of a hot subject that Ben and I spoke about today. And I don't know, Ben, maybe you want to talk about your views on opening up the waterfront or how we should?
Sure. I think we all are interested in getting the waterfront open as soon as possible, as safely as possible. I spoke some with Chris Van Tilburg, who's running the county's public health medical response. I think he's in charge of that because my background is not medical, obviously, and I don't know the proper steps and the recommendations. So, and it sounds like opening itself is something down the road that we can do. I think the governor today said we're not, but in the future that we can do. And I think we now have a period of time where we need to properly prepare for what that would look like when the time comes, because I don't think we're going to be able to just open and say, everybody welcome, without running into some problems. I think it'll be perhaps locals focused, perhaps there'll be a lot of restrictions on parking, whatever we decide. But I think now is the time that we need to start planning for that. What exactly is our outreach? What exactly is our marketing of it? What exactly, how are we going to inform people? Because it's very unlikely to be a light switch going on and everything's open. And I think that would probably be irresponsible of us to do it anyway. So I think there's gonna be more guidance coming. I think we have some time because the governor said, I think I read the governor said the gorge is closed still today. But I really recommend that we engage with the county and the health department, which I was surprised we haven't done, to be honest with you, because I'm the first one to talk to them. We need to do that and be ready when the time comes to start opening this, because I want to get locals down there as much as anybody, but I want to do it the right way.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm now on Genevieve's machine. The back office I totally cut out there before this item came up, so I apologize. She's working to restore it back there, so I'm on her machine. So I'm sorry I missed a little bit. I caught a little bit of Ben's, and so you might have to back up a little bit, but we're totally engaged with the county, the school district, Hood River Parks and Recreation, and the city. We're meeting weekly just to talk about recreation opening. We're part of the EOC calls that happen twice a week, and we're on the JIC calls, which happen once a week. All of this is related. All of those is related to recreation. Some of them are specific to it. There's also regional meetings are now occurring weekly, which includes convened by the Forest Service and include the state and 40 or so different agencies.
The
And-
Forest Service, you say, were those hosted by the Forest Service, Michael?
Yeah, I had reached out to Nate Stites, the regional coordinator. I said, we need better communication kind of up through the other agencies, including the state. And Lynn was the one he asked to convene those meetings. There was one that occurred Friday. And then this Friday, there will be another meeting just of the ports and the gorge. And that includes Washington and Oregon. So if I could, the memo that I prepared was done when the Washington state had said they were going to open up their parks. And that at that point, they were going to open up their recreational access sites in the gorge. At the end of the day, they changed that and they said, we're going to keep specifically those sites closed in the gorge. Everybody believes that we should be thinking about, well, working together so that we all open it up together or we keep them closed together. And that's the premise that everyone's operating under. Then today, this morning, the governor released her draft recommendations that will change Executive Order 2012 to begin opening up the state's recreational properties. We don't know when that might occur, but it's likely to be later in the week when those come out. So a new executive order, when we see that, we'll have another meeting on Wednesday with the county, the city, the school district, Parks and Recreation, and we'll talk about what that order might mean in terms of all of our facilities. So if there's any belief that there isn't a lot of coordination going on, there is.
No, that's interesting. And towards that, does any of that discussion center around how to maintain distance, or what kind of rules and regulations to do it safely would be reasonable?
Well, what I heard and read about this modification to the executive order, which will be a new executive order, is that recreational sites, including state parks, are expected to open up with specific either directives or guidelines relative to all those things: social distancing, no gatherings, potentially marking off every other parking space so there isn't too proximate a parking, keeping restrooms closed, and advice to recreation users to be prepared that facilities aren't open, trash might not be trash cans and all that. So I don't know the specifics yet, but what we're hearing is that it will have some fairly specific guidance.
Well, that actually sounds like good news to me. What do you think, Ben?
I think it's very good news. I just think that a unilateral opening would be a mistake, which it doesn't sound like we're planning to do. It did to me last week. It does not now, and I think that's a good thing. I think we're going to have some sort of distancing measures, be it restricted parking, locals only parking, I don't know what it is, every other parking spot, something, because I don't want to run into California type problems where we open up and then a week later we realize that was a mistake and we are forced to close down again. But sounds like we're moving in the right direction, and that's good.
And excuse me, Commissioner Shepard, I was stuck in the waiting room in the beginning of your comments. So did you have anything for me that I might have missed, just with questions on the waterfront? I know Michael just went back over, what he had been doing, and just so that I'm also working with all the concessions, all of the local businesses who are stakeholders in the waterfront, the CGW2, trying to have a pulse on that, and then monitoring both states and what they're doing almost every day.
No, I get they're all next, and they're very thorough. I appreciate it.
Well, and on Ben's point, he didn't say that there wasn't a coordinated effort going on. He specifically said that, the port had not been in direct contact with the health authority. But we have been in touch with the county. I think that working as a healthcare professional, I think that it would be in the port's best interest to continue to loop in the health authority to get that medical advice on what should be done. And Daryl, for you, I think the only thing that I would add is that I'm getting a lot of calls from people about what's open specifically, what's not open, where can they launch kites from, where can they launch, and I swear there was a document up earlier that had all that information on it. I can't find it anymore. And so I think just being very clear as to, because like the spit's open, but can you launch a kite from it, or can you just walk your dog on it? Or it's, I think, very concise and clear rules. Chris Van Tilburg even asked if we could get that so that he could include it in one of his public service announcement updates.
And so what you saw, Christy, was what I sent out to what I call my waterfront stakeholder group, very clear, concise, and it included some of their things as well that weren't port property. But since that time, Genevieve has worked on a link for the Port of Hood River website that will follow the exact format that I used that was extremely specific, open, closed, what you can do, what you can't do. So we've taken that, and I'm going to turn it over to Genevieve. She can tell you exactly what it is.
So Genevieve is in process. The link, the specific link that's been modified and updated on our website is portofhoodriver.com/what is open. And it's a specific list of what is open and what isn't open on our waterfront. And that is coordinated with the similar messages on the city and the counties and the Parks District's websites.
Is it the same information, Mike? Is it the same document on the various websites?
No, they're specific to each agency for what facilities that they manage. But there is a little bit of crossover. For example, Waterfront Park is open. I mean, the trail in Waterfront Park is open, but the park itself remains closed. That's a city decision. Whereas the neighborhood parks are open, subject to no crowding or crowds. And similar signs are up on all the waterfront now, except for the event site, which basically have the exact same message in terms of signage. This is open, subject to no crowds. I would say the one issue that's harder that the city's grappling with and that we're grappling with is, what does that mean when we say it's open? Does that mean it's open for kiteboarding, kayaks, SUPs, inner tubes? What does that mean in terms of water access? The city has the same dilemma at Waterfront Park because they're saying that the park is closed, the trail is open, and they've had multiple calls from people that say, hey, if the trail's open, why can't I bring my windsurf board and walk through the park and down the ramp because I'll just jump in the water? And as of Friday, they didn't have a specific answer for that. What we're saying is that we are not saying that it's okay to kiteboard. We're not saying kiteboarding is not allowed. It's simply, these spaces are open, and if people come down and they want to bring a kayak and drag it into the water, that's okay. But it's not okay if 25 kayakers show up and they have a party or they gather. So that's the most challenging aspect of what we're dealing with is, does open mean it's open for everybody to do whatever recreational access water sport they want to?
Are we making some attempt to, because Hood River is essentially closed, quote unquote, are we making some attempt to figure out how to open it as much as possible for locals, as they have, say, the county did for some trail systems? It's a bit easier because those trail systems are a bit more remote, and if they say no parking and you have to ride your bike to those trail systems, you can't make that all locals, but it certainly helps. Are we planning our opening, again, whatever that means, to make it much easier for locals to access these areas, and perhaps trying to prevent some out-of-town guests that shouldn't be here quite yet?
That's the second big issue. The answer is yes, but not in terms of checking IDs or zip codes or anything like that. The message to the Portland market is the gorge is closed. The message to the
everybody is the event site is closed. So it's really only those people that know you can walk out on the spit and access the sandbar or access the Hood River at the swim beach. It's a consistent message to what's on the CGW2 website, which is not saying it's open for kiting. It's only to say that it's open. These other areas, not the event site, and other areas throughout the gorge are open for access. And that's a consistent message on our website as well.
But Ben, if I may jump in for a second, our biggest problem really, for what the question that you just asked, as far as monitoring from, people out of town, how can we have it be just for locals? We don't have enforcement for that. I'm kind of a one gal show as far as the waterfront manager, and everyone else has their hands full. So this is where it gets really tricky.
Oh, absolutely. And I guess if that's our answer, then I think we should have not only state guidance, but medical guidance on, if we're just going to open it up and that's all it's going to be, then when is that appropriate?
I would imagine that's consistent with what the city and the county are doing as well. They're asking people, asking for the use to be locals only, but I don't think there's any enforcement mechanism out there to assure that. They aren't allowing, I live near Post Canyon, and they're not allowing cars. There's a sign, you can't come in here and park, therefore you have to ride it in. Now, I walk my dog up that way, and yeah, there are cars up there, but there's not anywhere near as many as you would expect to see. So I think the idea of making it for locals only is mainly just to help reduce the crowd. But I don't think anyone's actually really trying to enforce that.
And I've had people ask me if they could take it upon themselves to help monitor that. And I've really asked people to not go down that road, because if we get the whole local versus out of town people thing going, it wouldn't be pretty. So I've kind of discouraged that when people have asked.
I will say, just to add that it's, Daryl's done a lot of work, but I'm down here every day, on weekends. Our facilities crew is always around the waterfront, except now on weekends. So if there are crowds that occur, our first step would be just to talk to people. And I've found that people so far have been very, frankly, very responsible and very receptive. If there's a problem with a crowd gathering and people that don't want to disperse, our next step is to call the police. They're willing to come down and they will assist. And just having them show up will make a big difference.
I completely agree with that. Twice this weekend after I was working, just to see, and it was, people here, people there, people were out, but they were absolutely not doing anything that I would question at all or thought was out of line at all down there. So I think, and that's why I'm so interested. I would love to get that open for locals. I just worry if we're open fully before, say, Multnomah County, I fear we're asking for it. And that would just kind of go against the purpose of getting locals to be able to be down there. So I don't know. So that's my worry. It's just too many people from out of the area coming. How can we get this open for locals to enjoy their town?
Yeah, there is a steering committee working on a reopening plan. There are some things that the state requires to be part of that, including medical capacity, PPE availability, that sort of thing. And the county's sort of created a group that are working through that. It does involve obviously public health. But they're very aware of the concern, and they have the concern too, that if we open before the metro area does, then we're going to really get slammed with people coming here. So they're aware of that, and they're taking that into consideration as they try to go through those steps that essentially the governor's office has required of people in order to be able to reopen.
Opening in a coordinated way seems to be top on the list in my view. We don't get out ahead, but.
Yeah, I agree. I just say that the new governor's order, when we find out what it says, that's going to be really interesting, because if they open up state parks and we see 80-degree weather coming up, this weekend, it may be that the number of people that are trying to get out of town or come recreate is going to could be pretty overwhelming. I can imagine all sort of every kind of watercraft you can think of coming down to the waterfront this weekend. And personally, I would say generally that's okay. It's when you have a concentration of activity, or if you have a lot of kites in the air, then it becomes much more visible and problematic. But I'm also, and David, maybe you can answer this, but I'm curious to what extent the county reopening plan would supersede any governor's order that might allow opening of recreational properties. In other words, I assume the county, that group could say, hey, I know that's parks are open, but we're not ready yet.
Right. And I think, and that could well happen. I mean, that group could say, we can't do it. You mentioned Dr. Van Tilburg. He's going to have to weigh in on reopening in order for the state or the Oregon Health Authority to consider it. And there's some other things. There has to actually be a request from the county commission as part of that as well. So if those things don't happen, there's not really that would be a way to assure that things are going to remain closed if those steps aren't taken. But there was going to be an effort by the end of the week to try to get something submitted. But how they're coming on it, I don't know. And if they've hit the benchmarks they feel like they ought to request the reopening, I don't know if they're there yet.
So the next EOC call is Thursday, Thursday afternoon. And it may be by that time there's more clarity on the governor's order and where the county's at. So I think from my standpoint, we simply cannot enforce. We don't really object to someone bringing down a canoe or a kayak and throwing it in the water. We're very concerned if there's a gathering of people. In some ways, the biggest question is kiteboarding, because it's the most visible and it can become the most concentrated in terms of pumping and drying and
right,
lines and everything.
And it's the most photogenic. That's going to be the, headline news, kites in the air.
That's right.
Hobie, you want to weigh in?
No, I was just curious, Jerry, what is our liability if we open up too soon? Any kind of feeling on that?
Well, you've got the governor's directive, and I'm not sure what the teeth are if a public agency intentionally violates that. I'm sure they'll be chastised, but I think it's mainly a voluntary compliance situation now.
Okay, thanks, Jerry.
Yeah. Okay, so is that what, any more discussion? I think we got, it's not really a policy, but if you don't act badly, we're not going to tell you you're a bad child.
What we could do, if you'd like, is after the EOC meeting, when we have a better idea of what that discussion is, what's coming out of that and what the governor's order says, we could send a summary of that to the commissioners so you could each weigh in directly to me, not as a group. The signs are up that say Crowd Spring closures. The event site remains closed and will for the weekend. It's going to be hot. It's going to be could be windy. So we anticipate a bunch of people coming down here, but for now we haven't explicitly said no windsurfing, no kiteboarding, or calling out or prohibiting certain activities. That I suppose that could change in part dependent upon what the county group is recommending.
Is that what is? Sorry, go ahead.
I didn't hear you.
I was just going to ask you, is that / what is open on the port's homepage of the website? I missed that part.
Yeah, portofhoodriver.com / what is open.
I'm sorry, is because no one's is if I go to portofhoodriver.com and it opens up, is that link because that's going to be the biggest question in the next 3 months. Is that link front and center on our homepage?
I haven't looked at it recently. I don't know.
I think it might be a good idea because continuity of information is gonna be really important, whatever we do. So
Yeah. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
It is on the homepage. There's kind of a lot of demand for real estate on the homepage right now between the bridge and waterfront recreation. But there is in the featured news box on the homepage, there's a link that says, what is open, waterfront recreation, what's open, what's closed. And that's a link to that. Joel Ives has just added a link to the Get Ready Gorge website that points right to that. And Daryl has been doing a great job sending that out to all of the waterfront stakeholders. And basically that's the active page that will change continuously. It's the place you can go to get, when a new decision happens, we'll update it there.
I did not know that. That's really a good resource to be able to tell people this is where you can find out.
Yeah, we just posted it yesterday as really a response to a request from the other public information officers. The city is trying to do the same thing. They have a page on their website that talks about neighborhood parks are mostly open, but there's so much complexity to that messaging. What's really important is that the parks are open, but the bathrooms are not. And if you can't get home in time enough to go to the bathroom, you shouldn't be recreating in Hood River. So that's an issue that we're trying to make sure people understand that garbage service is limited. You've got to be ready to pack out your garbage. That includes dog waste, and that there's no bathrooms.
I'll make sure to include that in any advice I give.
Important.
Well, I believe all the playground equipment is off limits still, correct?
Yeah, you're
Right.
not to touch any surfaces, and that's why the playground equipment is all closed.
Right.
However, there've been tons of kids down there using the playground. So it's an enforcement thing.
At the waterfront park, Daryl?
Yes, I get phone calls for everybody. Nobody knows who owns what. And so I'm constantly getting phone calls from people like, the park's full of kids on the playground. What's going on? And, just people wanting to know what they can do, what they can't do. And, it gets confusing for them, but
sure,
it's tough.
Yeah. Okay. Then if we're done with that, next up on the agenda is the financial report, Fred.
Okay, let's take a look here. Genevieve, can I share?
Yep, I've got to go to the conference room and enable that. I'll be right back.
All right.
So I guess our first 8 months were pretty good.
First 9 months, yeah.
First 9.
Yeah, that's the good news. That is the good news. All right.
Okay, Fred, you should be able to share your screen now.
All right. Can anyone see that? No?
Nope.
Okay. Let's take a look, see here. How about that?
Coming.
Yep.
All right. So let's just start out. So the bridge revenues, bridge traffic, is down. And it's been down, I'm going to say it's collectively from really April, it's showing, about 30%. So it's, during the weekday, we had one day we were above last year, just one day. And it's always Tuesdays. So Tuesdays are the days when we have the heaviest traffic. Needless to say, the weekends are still right around a little less than 40, little less than 50%, between like right around 45% of what they were last year. And the weekdays, anywhere from 10% below last year to, you know, maybe around 30%. So that hasn't changed much in the last several days. So although our traffic is okay for the 9 months ended, you know, I see the end of the year being a problem, being much, you know, continuing. I hope May it continues, but anyways, let me give you the financials. That's the traffic. Let me give you the expenditures. Let's see. Let's see. There we go. All right, so we'll start off with expenditures, since that's really where the budget law all applies. And we're looking pretty good. As you can see, personal services is right on the money for most of our assets. Materials and services, a couple of items, you know, look, they're a little bit higher. Halyard Building will definitely end the year overspending their budget, and specifically utilities. It's where I continue to miss. But likewise, the revenue side looks okay. And then we have the marina office building, port office. There is some maintenance there, so we might be able to get closer to end of the year with regard to materials and services, but nothing to really talk about here with regard to personal services and materials services, really. So, you know, there are a few assets centers like maintenance that will be over budget, but we'll true that up with some other asset centers or their capital outlay. Capital outlay is historically under budget as we come into this last quarter. But just due to the fact that we're looking at deferring some projects, just due to the coronavirus, we will be under budget with regard to capital as well. So nothing to say there other than that. Revenues, let's look at revenues. So revenues, this time of year, we should be about 75% of our budget. We're not. Just because of that March, we basically last 3 weeks of March, we said, hey, we're not going to take tolls. So that took a ding. We were on track actually to come in pretty close. We would have came in around 73% of our budget, but it just, you know, it is what it is. However, the rest of everything is looking okay with regard to the end of March and our tenants and payment of our tenants. So that part of our budget looks good. Now, April, we're starting to see some deferment of payments, and there's probably a handful of tenants, maybe less than a handful, that we've received a lot of payments this last couple of days. So I think we're down to less than a handful of tenants that probably need some help and that are going to have an impact here between now and June. And that's on the agenda for later. The rest of it, nothing to say other than parking is down. It will continue to be down. I don't see it increasing between now and the end of June. So we will be well under budget with regard to that. Same thing for the waterfront recreation. All the events, like Michael had said during the budget message, they've been canceled. We're going to see that reduction continue for the end of the year. The bright spots, marina and airport, are on track. They're going to be close to their budget or exceed their budget by the end of the year. So on the revenue side, not too bad of news, but news that we already know about. I think everyone knows the bridge tolls and what's happening there, and we're running lower on traffic than we had the previous year. So we know all that. The other thing is you know, as far as as far as expenditures, we are deferring some projects, and personal services will see that be a little bit less than budget as it hits the end of the year. Combined for the 9 months ended looks fine. Oops, sorry about that. Let me get this to where it looks halfway decent. So nothing extraordinary. Our first 9 months of the year looks pretty good. I wish I could say this for the next quarter, but nothing to really talk about here. Other than revenues look good, expenses look tracking okay. Capital projects were under, but they always go under during the winter time. The next quarter, expect, you know, not the same, but you'll expect to see a little bit of more fluctuation in our industrial and commercial properties. And you're going to see, you know, about the same numbers for revenues on our recreation and waterfront parking. So that's it for me. Any questions?
Okay, thanks, Fred.
Alrighty.
Good. For reports, strategic business plan. Genevieve, you got that one?
So this is a part of the agenda as before, where if there's, it's in there for information. I thought it was a really good summary of the public survey, and yet unless there's questions or issues, this is just for commission information.
I thought it was excellent as well, but I don't need to talk about it. Anybody have comment? And then bridge replacement update. You know, I'd like to hear from you know, Christy and Kevin and I, the three of us, is that the working group is continuing to move very fast, and I guess that's my message. Christy, would you agree?
Yeah, I think that everyone is a little, you know, concerned about what the options are and what's going to be the right path to go on. But at least everyone at our last meeting all agreed that, you know, in a regular world, having monthly meetings was appropriate. In COVID world, we all decided to speed those up. One thing, and I don't know if it's pertinent to talk about it now or later, that I had a question for the staff is Port of Cascade Locks has toll booth workers back in their booths, and they've worked with OSHA and they've worked with the Chris Van Tilburg to get their workers back in. And I'm wondering what advances, what have we done to get the workers back into the booths per OSHA and health authority guidelines?
I can, Michael, you can talk with regard to the PPE issue with the county, but I'm sort of astounded that the county gave them the okay. I'm dumbfounded, actually. I mean, they're either speaking out two sides of their mouth or something. We're hearing one thing from the county with regard that you can't use your PPE, so you can't put your toll collectors up there.
Yeah, that's directly related to the governor's order not to preserve PPE. So that is frankly surprising to me as well. What we'll do is reach out to the Port of Cascade Locks and ask, find out more information about what they pursued and what steps they've taken and who's given them approval. David, you're on mute.
All right. I'm not sure the county has the authority to tell them they cannot do it. And the same is true with us. I think that the appropriate measures can be in place and all that, but I don't know that the county health department can tell the Port of Hood River or Cascade Locks, you cannot put people in the toll booth. They can recommend it not be done, but I don't know if they can order it.
No, a good point. It wasn't an order, but it was a direct communication from Mike Matthews that said, you should not, because here's the reference to the governor's order about preserving PPE. So we took it as a pass-through
Right.
mandate.
Perhaps that was the more appropriate response. Even,
Well,
even yet, if, but anyway,
But
you'll call and find out what they did, right?
Yeah, but if the port worked with OSHA, OSHA's the top of the food chain when it comes to PPE and proper use and handling of it. And if they were able to figure it out, I know that they're using gloves and they're using plexiglass. So they're not using face masks. So I think it's the face mask that is the big PPE issue with, well, in my industry it is. And that's the thing that they want to conserve a great deal. And so if they found a solution that's not making them wear the masks and they have a workaround, we just might want to check in with them to see what their protocol is. Maybe we can get our workers back in there.
Well, I'll definitely call Ryan over at Cascade Locks tomorrow. Yeah, I'd like to know, but I'm sort of surprised they put it in. He normally tells me stuff, and he didn't say that they were putting the toll collectors back, so.
Well,
I would note that we have confirmed cases in Hood River County. It's gone from 5 to 10 in the last few days. Such is the nature of an exponential curve.
Yeah, and let me just add that we've actually donated 3,000 or 4,000 pairs of gloves at their request to the Hood River County PPE Task Force as our contribution. And they wanted that, and that's consistent with the message to preserve it and use it for medical. So we'll reach out, we'll find out more, and we'll see if there's a way through that. But good, thank you for that, pointing that out. I didn't know that.
And Kevin, you got any comment on the working group, their 2-week meeting schedule now?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm just going to show, just wanted to touch base on the grant application. What's up in front of you is the cover page for the build grant application. Can you see that?
Yes.
And so I did get word this afternoon that Klickitat County did approve being a joint applicant with the Port of Hood River. There will still need to be a lead applicant and identified award recipient, which would be the port. And we've identified how Klickitat County can kind of stand as a co-applicant versus just being a partner. And that's really being a selection, working on the selection for the engineering team and really being the lead on the technical advisory effort once the engineering team is up and running. But I think that's a great sign. It shows that Klickitat County is really interested in being a joint, as big a partner as possible. Contacted Representative Williams' office this week, getting letters from Representative Williams, Senator Thompson, the federal delegation, the Washington side. Also got a letter from the WashDOT director, McKed, Tidewater, and others. So that work is continuing on. Regarding the working group, I just finished up the minutes or the notes from that meeting this morning. I think that some of the real big points that came out of that was that the working group really wanted to formalize the group, either using interlocal agreements that are common in Washington and IGAs in Oregon, which also would also be kind of the interim, could also serve as the interim end committee as well. As noted, there was a request to increase the number or the frequency of the meetings and try to keep them a little bit shorter. There was also an interest in summarizing the governance criteria right off the bat and kind of show relatively quickly, what the most likely 2 options are, and including one for deciding upon a P3. And also trying to identify individuals that could talk to the P3 criteria. We didn't note that in order to do a full on request for information or an industry forum, that could be hundreds of thousands of dollars from the project sponsor to those firms to produce the materials for the RFI. And then one note that did come yesterday was that Brad Boswell noted that Senator King, Curtis King, is interested in touching base with the working group and the port. And so when we figure out a good time for that working group to meet in the next couple of weeks, Senator King will likely be involved in that as well. So John or Christy or Michael, the three of you were there as well. So feel free to add anything, and that summarizes my report.
And I just wanted to make sure that that this information got in front of my other three commissioners, because it's moving so fast. I felt like we needed to get it out on the table. So, any other questions for Kevin?
I got one.
Okay.
Kevin, I read something about, I don't know where I read it or where I heard it. I'm trying to find your picture so I can talk to you. There you are. That just like the federal government did a big small business stimulus, they're thinking of doing a infrastructure or larger capital project stimulus as well. I don't know the status of that, but I did read the word bridges were specifically mentioned in the idea. If something like that happens, are we going to be positioned to jump on it immediately?
I think so. I mean, I know that we've been working very closely with Hal Heemstra with Summit. I mean, we've been getting email exchanges with Hal, I would say once or twice a day. And he's keeping us posted as those opportunities come up. We're making good progress on NEPA. You know, we're past that 60% mark. So I think we can really show that we're making good progress. I think this federal grant application for build with Klickitat County, I think that's going to really show that this is a bi-state regional effort, and all of those things simply add to the criteria for success. We'll continue to monitor what comes out of DC, but Hal's doing a great job of really getting into the minutia of the details that will benefit the port. I mean, I can tell you that he and Michael and Steve Siegel, I mean, we're getting down. Hal's actually writing the content in these bills. I mean, that's the kind of granular activity that's happening, you know, right now.
So to piggyback off of Ben's comment, because we don't have a bi-state situation at this time, and so I'm assuming that if there was an opportunity for something, it would be directly with the Port of Hood River. How do we make sure we communicate that with our friends to the north, that even if the Port of Hood River suddenly gets a landfall of money and we're able to do this just on our own, that we still want to keep the relationship there and the goodwill there and all of that. So can we communicate that with the Washington side and make sure that, because I don't want to say, well, oh, we just got a bunch of money, but we're gonna, until we figure out this governance thing, we're gonna hold on. I want to be able to jump on it for sure.
Well, you know, one of the things that's coming out of the grant application process with Klickitat County was this idea of a technical advisory committee. And that would be made up primarily of public works in Klickitat County, and myself and you know, perhaps John, Michael. And what's really important about that is where the funding bounces back and forth from either coming from Salem or coming from Olympia, you'll have your boots on the ground people that will be familiar with the project entirely. So even if the focus kind of comes either to the port or to the Klickitat County, those boots on the ground guys that will be able to kind of monitor and chime in as far as, you know, the stuff on the ground, there will be some continuity throughout this process, hopefully regardless of where the money comes from. I know that's kind of getting below, the policy advisory committee, but we're really getting to the point now to where we can engage Public Works and keep them abreast of what's going on. Because like you said, some of this is starting to get into, okay, now we're spending money, who's got the baton? And so I definitely think that this is a good micro opportunity with the build grant and these other opportunities that are coming from the feds. So we'll just keep plugging along. I think joint letters are really important to show that there's a regional effort behind this.
Could I add something to what Kevin has said? When Kevin refers to this interaction we've been having with Steve and with Hal, it relates to the transportation reauthorization bill that's currently being written in DeFazio's committee in the House. So when Kevin refers to Hal's writing the language, he's not literally doing that, but he's specifically proposing language that we want to see in the transportation reauthorization bill. And what we're primarily focused on there is the TIFIA program, the program that provides loan money to transportation projects. We're in a rural category, and currently the TIFIA loan program has a maximum project cost of $75 million, meaning if you have a project that's worth over that, you don't qualify. So what's really important, because TIFIA is a primary funding source, low interest rates, et cetera, for this kind of project, is to increase that cap and increase it to what optimally for us would be $400 million, because that would allow the maximum loan amount to be $100 million. And that's the kind of level of magnitude of funding that we will need, and whether potentially if it's a P3 project or any other form of financing, we will need that federal loan money. And so this is important because Hal's firm has specific relationships with that committee and can propose specific language for their consideration. So we're talking about build, we're talking about infra, we're asking for money. That's important. But it's equally important to try to get success in terms of the TIFIA program. If we can't get changes to it and that program would not apply to this project, that's a big blow to financing a project in the future.
Understood. Michael, you've got the floor. You might as well roll right into your director's report.
Thanks, guys.
Well, I'll keep it short. I just want to, first of all, let the commission know how hard the staff is working, how challenging it has been, especially the last couple of weeks. And everyone has been working incredibly hard under a lot of pressure and a fair degree of stress. So thank you to everybody. I would call out people, but you know their names, and everyone's doing terrific work, as everyone in this community is under stress and uncertainty and challenges. Staff here is not different in that they have their own lives and their own families that have pressures there as well. But add to that a really significant combination of workload activities, AET and the recreational opening process, your consideration of changes to the compensation policy, and others. And don't forget the budget process. So big thank you. And I want you to know how much I appreciate that. There's several changes we've made over the last couple of weeks regarding our operations in the response to COVID. We talked about a lot of them related to recreational property. So I won't go over that again. I will say that we are seeking relief funds in two different ways that might in the future help the port. They're both highly uncertain. One is through the group that Fred belongs to on behalf of the port, which is IBTTA. And they've made a specific request to Congress to include in the next relief bill, if there is one, specific funding that can backstop and backfill ports. Now, there's a lot of I should have said tolling agencies. So there's a lot of tolling agencies around the country that have big problems when their traffic and revenue is down, when they have covenants and they have debt service requirements. There's some really big agencies that are in a big world of hurt. And we're very, very small compared to those, but we still have, of course, a significant impact that's occurred to our bridge revenue. And the second is an effort that in part driven by Representative Schrader out of the Beaverton area, which is to make a specific a request that is directed at ports, large ports, small ports. And there's, as I understand it, 85 representatives that have signed on to that request. I don't know the details of it, but both of these we're tracking. And the third, which I don't think there's much there for us, is the FEMA process for backfilling or reimbursing for direct out-of-pocket expenses in the context of an emergency action. Going on, several projects are on hold. Those projects are still on hold. We got a couple of them in the marina and in the Nichols Basin that could occur, but the contractor in both cases is not able to travel because there's no place to stay and it's a multi-day job. The one that perhaps is most could have the most impact is the fixes to the vendor dock, which is a structural issue, which will mean that if we were to open up and concessionaires go back there and sometime this summer, they'll have to keep them off of that north end of the event site dock. I want to point out something I haven't talked about, which is there's a Water Resources Development Act bill that's being promulgated, and it's working its way out of the Senate and the House into a joint committee. And in that, we have had support from not only Representative Walden, but also Senator Merkley to include in the worded bill the authorization for a study of habitat enhancements at the mouth of the Hood River. That's something that there was an opportunity to work with the local watershed group, something they're very interested in, and something that could help us look ahead to the future of the waterfront, the swim beach, the spit, and the sandbar in terms of not only habitat re-enhancements, invasives, but also recreational compatibility. All that would be, if it's successful, is an authorization for a study. There'd have to be a subsequent action to actually fund that study. We're told that Deputy Curtis Cowell, the Marine deputy, is moving on, taking a position in Portland. I have an email to the Sheriff English as to whether there's a person that's stepping into that position at this point, or if they know yet. That's a concern. Deputy Cowell is terrific to work with. He and Daryl worked extensively together and did a whole lot for keeping an eye on the waterfront. Wiring for the second generator was done. We had a little bit longer delay than we wanted to, but it's work well done, and we now have 5-day backstop for the entire port office operations if there's a power outage. Dakine, we're told, will be moving from the Hood River. Many of you probably heard that. Sudden, I haven't seen the details of it. I don't know when, but that's a big blow to the waterfront if in fact it occurs, well, whether it's in the short term or a medium term. The drilling and the installation of a monitoring well was completed at the Jensen building on April 26th and 7th. And my understanding is there was no obvious contamination that was observed in any of the spoils or the core drills that were brought up. Good news there. And if you saw or remember Fred's discussion about that, we are being defended by an insurance company. The costs as we're including or putting in the budget is approximately $50,000. We hope that's the number offset hopefully by an insurance payment by an insurance company. The city's moving ahead on the stormwater project. The only news there is that they asked for authorization to put a drill rig for a couple hours on the maritime site. That occurred, as I believe that occurred. I don't have verification on May 1st. And that's just to get the geotechnical substrate for the engineers as they plan the outfall project, which would transit just to the west of Waterfront Park. And you had a pre-construction conference today at the airport, and I wasn't able to go. Could you give everybody an update on those two projects?
Yeah, so we had a pre-con today with Tapani and the utilities and Century West Engineering and their team to get the Connect, second phase of the Connect project done. So they'll be moving in on the 18th to start that work, and they'll be starting on the utilities and then moving east into the grading. We also determined that, as you saw, the contract award for Tapani for the North Apron project has been postponed. The reason for that is that the FAA grant contracts are taking longer to get out because they are now implementing the additional funds from the CARES Act, and that's taking more time. So we spent about a week looking into other ways that we can move that project forward, and in the end, the decision was made that everybody's going to be okay with waiting another couple of weeks, which is when we anticipate getting the FAA grant contract in place. So we are able to sort of plan a little bit, and we did today during our meeting to incorporate those two projects and at least discuss how they'll move forward together. But hopefully we'll have a grant contract and a North Apron contract and a construction management contract for you on the 9th.
Great, thanks, Ann. Finally, on Bridge, ODOT's still reviewing the preliminary load rating analysis. We had some interesting news yesterday, which might be good, which is the structural engineer at WSP, who's reviewing the analysis by David Evans, has identified a sort of, call it a controlling member, a specific truss that is tapered. And I'm not a structural engineer, but because it's tapered, it was rated significantly lower. And then what I understand is they essentially applied that lower structural rating to other trusses on the bridge, which magnified the impact or the potential impact, and thus the or the structural deficiency, and thus the lower rating that they were recommending. This could mean that if they don't use that as a controlling member, it could mean one of two things. It could mean, one, that we could repair that specific truss and increase its structural capacity, and therefore raise most of the rest of the trusses up to a level that won't require weight reduction. Or we could simply argue that truss should not be the controlling point for the rest of the trusses, and therefore that could mean that we don't have to reduce the load rating in some other vehicle categories. Not said very artfully. I just read it yesterday evening, so it might be some ways we can mitigate what the engineer was recommending. I'll bring you more update or more information on that later. Last few items, welding operation was complete. Remember, they're doing 8-point welds. They're starting from the north on the southbound lane. Progress is really pretty slow. I kept hoping they'd move faster, but they're doing 8-point welds, and those are Helfer stout, and they will last. So if we can, in the next budget year, if we can get more of that done, we won't have to come back nearly so frequently. And finally, Fred, can you just give everyone an update on the AET rollout and traffic volumes, if there's any update there?
Yeah, I'll talk first about the traffic volumes. So there, our Tuesdays are our best days. We're just anywhere between 12% and 16% of last year's numbers. Rest of the Monday through Friday run around 23% lately. And then weekends are anywhere between 40 to 50% of last year's volume. So it is coming back slowly, but slowly. With regard to AET, I gotta tell you this, I was talking to Michael about this. So a true catch-22, right? So the ODOT, I know you guys have been through a meeting, so I want to give you something light to, to talk about. So so ODOT has put in their new DMV system, and we allowed for that. Remember, we had to wait till February when they put it in, but we said, oh, by the way, you got to put this hold in. So we're going to give you a file. You're going to put it on hold, put that license plate number on hold, and then we'll send you a file to release it. So we're right here, we're right at this point in time. And we said, where's this program? And they said, well, you need to have a BIN number for a vehicle. I said, but don't you give us that number? And they go, well, we don't. Well, don't you have that number? Yes, we do. Well, then you're requiring me to put a hold on with a BIN number. Yes. So is this not a catch-22 that you have the number, you're not going to give me the number, but you're going to require me to have the number to place the hold? So I thought it'd lighten up your day. That's the kind of problems I have to deal with. But anyways, so we'll do a workaround during this time period. But needless to say that that fix won't happen anytime soon. Probably be towards the end of the year by the time that gets done. So those are some of the little issues. The website is operational for cash customers and for credit card customers that want to pay their tolls before they get an invoice. So we have that messaging and we have people that are doing it. I want to say on Monday, we had about probably 24 envelopes of people that, paying their toll. And later this week, we'll have finalized the invoice process completely. So we should be operational next Monday to start producing our invoices. So, or thereabouts, Monday or Tuesday. So there's the update.
That was a really heavy lift, Fred.
Yeah, it's still, we're not done. That's the problem. Oh, yeah, it's been a heavy lift. We crammed a lot of stuff in 1 month. Yeah.
Well, there's my chance to applaud what Fred and Genevieve and Marcella and Yana have done. This is remarkable in a compressed period of time. A lot of great effort, and so far it seems to be working. There's still some parts of the airplane to build. That's my report.
Okay.
President Everett.
Then to commission and committee reports. Ann, you want to talk about the airport advisory committee?
Yeah, sure. So we had an AAC meeting last week. Small meeting, it was just our AAC members, and we had 3 new AAC members, and we basically discussed the projects coming up on the airport and some of the response ideas to the Concerned Citizens Group. And that was about it.
Yeah, I thought so too. It's a pretty well run, as always.
Thanks. And minutes for that should be included in the next packet.
Okay. Then Dave, you got any update on EOC?
Yeah, I guess sort of globally, or at least within the country, there was another $310 billion put into the PPP program. I think most of you are aware of that. And I think they're going through that pretty rapidly right now. There was also the state put in $10 million to make help available to those that either were not successful getting PPP assistance or were unable to for some other reason. And so that apparently is being done through local banks. Again, there is a task force that's concentrating on the upcoming agriculture season. and the number of migrants that are going to be coming into the area and how to deal and interact with that. I appreciate Commissioner Shepard gave me some leads on folks that I could talk to about that, particularly with regard to the H2A program. And so that's being incorporated into a set of recommendations. I understand that OSHA has come out with some standards for separation in the orchards, things like you can't have two people on a bunk bed in a cabin, separation of people that are being transported to and from the orchards. There's a lot of concern in the grower community about what that's going to do to costs. If you can only use, say, half your housing because you have to keep that level of separation, or only get half as many people into those facilities. There's also some wash station requirements that are enhanced. There's going to be about double what they had been. Right now, there is the biggest concern with regard to all that is what it's going to do to the cost of harvesting this year. And the prices for pears in this county are already low. So it's not looking like it's going to be a good year, but there's a group working on that to try to bring as much clarity to it as they can. That's about what's going on at this point. A lot of people, a lot of businesses are anticipating what's going to happen with regard to a gradual reopening, but we don't know what exactly that's going to look like yet and what will be allowed or how it will play out in Hood River County.
Okay. Yeah. That takes us to action items. Yes. In this case, I'll be asking for motions. The first one is to authorize the grant application to USDOT build. And Kevin, do you want to say anything about it, or you think you've already covered it?
I think I already did. I assume that the motion approving this will allow Michael to sign any paperwork needed to send this on. So I think if that's true, Jerry, then I think the recommendation can stand.
Well, if that's the case, I'll make a motion to authorize the application for $5 million 2020 build grant for engineering and phase 2 activities associated with bridge replacement and obligate 1.25 million local matching funds.
I get a second?
I'll second it.
And, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair's aye, and it passes.
Great, thank you.
Number B, we're going to take off the agenda tonight. Approve the contract with Kaufman Engineering. That's you, Michael.
Well, I hope the memo lays it out pretty clearly. We've had a bridge engineer for many years who morphed into HDR. When we ran into the alleged elision, we found that we really needed a specialist for the lift span, and that turned out, thankfully, to be Stafford Bandlow, which has just done tremendous work for us. What I'm concerned about here is that we really have the best expertise brought to bear on these potential looming and somewhat ominous projects that we have much less knowledge about or background in. And the primary one is the bridge piers, the degradation of the bridge piers that was further characterized with that underwater survey or video that I think you saw. And John and I have both talked about this and the need not only for that, but also to look in on the way we're estimating what future projects might be, not only amount, but the priorities, the north and south bridge decks and how that salt content is a concern, and when those might result in capital projects to replace the deck, et cetera. So we both feel strongly, I'll say, that we should add a level of expertise to our engineering stable, call it, and we've worked with Kaufman on several other projects, but Harvey as the principal, and Harvey has a background that really has everything you want. And someone, when you got a 90-year-old bridge and you need some help and some evaluation. So what this is what could be, I should say, the first phase of an amended contract that would bring someone with Kaufman's expertise in to be looking in on the projects I mentioned and perhaps some others. Because we're in the last quarter of the fiscal year, it would focus his work specifically on the bridge pier challenge question. So I wanted to go into that in some detail so you understood. We still have HDR. HDR brings some good skill sets. That project in particular is more concerning to me because it's in 2 states, it's in a federal waterway, it has 9 endangered species, it's 80 feet underwater, and we don't know the substrate. And so and we haven't really fully characterized the extent of the issue, or whether it's something that need to be acted upon in the near term or later. So long-winded way of saying we recommend this small contract with Kaufman Engineering, and with the possibility next year, if funding's available, that we would expand their analytical work to include other aspects of the bridge.
Michael, can I ask one quick question on this, please?
Sure.
I'm trying to find my notes here that I can't find it printed out odd. This is for current bridge, not new bridge, and not proposed for new bridge as part of those expansion, correct?
That's right.
Because yeah, I don't want to slowly start doing some phase 2 stuff without approving phase 2. So
this is all existing bridge.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I have a question here, if I could. Is this just a sort of a routine double check or second opinion, or are we having some confidence concerns with regard to HDR's work? It's a little unusual to come in and have someone go through what's already been recommended to us and sort of give us a second opinion of it. So is there an underlying concern about the confidence that we have in HDR's work?
Yes and yes. And I don't say that lightly. It's not as though we've lost confidence. It's simply that because of the magnitude of these, especially the pier project, it's almost like a second opinion. I mean, frankly, for the pier project, we don't know yet even what we need to find out. We don't know how to, probe beneath the mud line or take samples. Is it what sort of means and methods of construction? What magnitude of cost are we looking at? I don't mind having 2 opinions on something like that. It's so potentially significant.
Yes, the tapered steel structure is point in fact.
Yeah, although I will say that was their in-house structural engineer working on it. It wasn't a separate firm, but yeah, but Commissioner Merriweather, there is a little bit of a tension here, and in this particular case, I don't mind it. I think the commission needs different opinions, because there may be different ways of going about this and different opinions about how important it is, and also the magnitude of the cost and how to approach it. So I hope and believe that they can collaborate. It could be that we shift a little bit in the next fiscal year. But if that's the case, it's because we believe more strongly in one set of experience set, I guess.
Yeah, fair enough.
And on top of that, what is the timeline that our current engineers are saying that this work needs to be done? I mean, are they saying this needs to happen in the next 2 years? Is this a 5-year time? What's the timeline of this work that they've proposed?
I wish I could answer that question because they haven't proposed anything yet. And that's a little bit what the challenge is. What we have is a much more extensive video survey of the pier conditions at the mud line. The question now is, what's the next step? What do we need to do here to determine and be able to answer those questions? So there's just multitude of questions that we need to know what the questions are and then have them answered before we can know how to proceed and when. I'm not trying to just, avoid it. It's just, I mean, even the issue of permitting is important. If you're in 2 states with one project, if you have a limited in-water work window and you're 80 feet underwater, it's just, there's so many questions here that we need to ask and answer.
I would point out the HRD engineer in his presentation about when we had the video of the divers down at the piers, he didn't say there was an off-the-shelf solution to this problem. Like, it comes up every day. Yeah, we've seen it. This is what we do about this. He said, he was more like, wow, we don't know.
That's right.
And the only reason I asked that question is because with everything going on with what our budget uncertainties are, is this money that you feel is important to spend at this time? Is this something that could be, pushed back for 6 months until we kind of get a better feel of fiscally where we're at? Or I just want to know, I'm in lockdown mode. And so I just want to know if you feel that this is an important, it's not that expensive, obviously, but I just want to know what the importance of it is to get it done now versus 6 months from now.
For my part, I think it's very important. And I want to be conservative about spending, but I also want to recognize when something has the potential to be significant, we need to know, and we need to get as far down the knowledge road as possible.
Thank you. Valid point.
Okay. Any more discussion? If not, I could get a motion.
I move we approve a contract with Kaufman Engineers for bridge engineering services not to exceed $18,226 plus reasonable reimbursable expenses, subject to legal counsel review.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, and made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair is aye. And now temporary changes to staff compensation. That's you again, Michael.
Well, this is a lengthy memo and I won't go through it all, but suffice to say, as we look ahead to the uncertainty of the COVID picture going forward, to be responsible, we have to consider how we cut back on spending in measured ways and responsible ways. The 2 major categories, as you know, in your budget are capital and staff. So the Personnel Committee, which is a standing committee of the port, and I can't recall in my time here that the Personnel Committee has ever met for another reason other than the Executive Director's review and contract negotiations. It may have been one time other than that. But the Personnel Committee, which is the President, Vice President of the Commission, has met twice. The first time was really to talk about what these issues are and what the uncertainties, those uncertainties, those questions, those issues are identified in the memo. The committee asked staff to look at what sort of capital projects here in the last 7 weeks of the fiscal year that we should or could consider for deferral or postponement, and then and recommendations that could be brought back to the full commission. And then separately, the Personnel Committee asked staff to prepare what are some options to look at in terms of some reasonable adjustments to staff compensation for the next 2 months. And so of the 3 options or so were identified, and the one that's listed in the memo is the one that was favored by the Personnel Committee, which is, for a variety of reasons that we can talk about, would focus primarily on full-time staff and would have a modest but meaningful requirement that each full-time staff person take 1 day in the next 2 months of each of the next 2 months as unpaid leave, and days in which you couldn't use vacation day and you couldn't use a sick leave for. This would be for 4 pay periods starting May 15th and ending July 5th, I believe. And for a variety of reasons, in part because the part-time staff has well, much less impact, but also has much less compensation, limited hours, that part-time staff would be left, not be impacted. So what you have translated from the summary, this option that you're seeing on the screen, translated into what I think we would call a policy, but it's really just a directive to the executive director and the CFO to implement our specific temporary changes to the compensation policy for full-time staff. So it's written as a policy, like a policy, has specifics in it. It's been vetted by Jerry and Lisa in Jerry's office, and if approved, would take place or take effect in the current pay cycle and carry forward for, as I said, for 2 months. With the caveat that as we learn more about the impacts of COVID and on our fiscal house, the commission could determine to extend it or end it or modify it. So I'll answer any questions. There's really 2 recommendations from the Personnel Committee. One is enact this policy, and the second is identified list of specific capital projects that would be postponed, deferred, and you've talked about all of those really in the Budget Committee conversation. So I'm speaking in a way for the Personnel Committee, and this is my best summary and my best articulation of the recommendations, but this is a recommendation of the full commission from Commissioners Everett and Shepherd acting as the Personnel Committee.
And thank you, Michael, for making the presentation. Michael had suggested that I might want to do that. Have any questions, discussions?
John, Ben, do you have anything you want to add to Michael's presentation?
I just want staff to know that, and I think John was very clear about this as well, that if we're going to ask staff to take a reduction in pay, a reduction in time, that we also need to look very carefully at projects that could be deferred. I didn't want to, and I won't speak for John, but I didn't want to be putting a roof on a building that didn't need it this year and then asking them to take time off. So we looked very carefully at that. What could we defer? I also don't intend to support projects in this fiscal year that don't need it, that we don't need to have, even if, whether they're in the budget or not, if we're asking staff to take a reduction in pay that affects their family. So a lot of thought went into that. It wasn't just, how can we slash a few bucks off? So I want to make sure everybody knows that, and hopefully it's not for too long a period of time.
I just concur with what Ben said. It was thoughtful. It was not pleasant. It's, but that's what we came down on as being the reasonable way forward. So Michael, do you need a motion on that, or can we just say a directive?
No, there's 2 recommendations for a motion. Jerry, would you concur? Jerry? Jerry, you're on mute.
I just saw him a little bit ago.
Okay, I found my unmute. I'm back to life. And yes, a motion is appropriate for these actions.
All right, can I get one?
I have a question on the Lower Mill wetland fill. So that's a project, and that can be postponed and not the development there at this time. I didn't understand that.
So the two things there, there's two issues. One is the length of the permit and when that expires. And then the other one is how does the leaving the wetland impact the development of the rest of the site? So first one, Michael renewed the wetland permit, I think this week. So that's renewed for another year. And then the second is the wetland sits on one of the parcels. And its largest parcel is just under 5 acres. The remaining 3 parcels aren't impacted by the wetland at all. So those 3 parcels could move forward with either sale or development.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
John, I'll make a motion in number 2 only. I'm not concerned. I'm concerned about motion number 1. It's a savings of $9,000. I'm not sure that the savings is worth to our staff to be inconvenienced that day of pay. But I do agree for as postponing our repair on structures to a later time. So I'll make a motion to postpone the following fiscal year 2021 capital project: airport box hangar design, footbridge lighting, Lower Mill wetlands fill, Nichols seawall, slurry seal. Total deferment cost approximately $225,000 in response to potential impact of the COVID-19 and the port operation.
Could I add something? I'm sorry. There is a typo in this motion. It's not 2021, it's 1920. It's the current fiscal year. That was my mistake.
Right.
Okay, 1920, so noted.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair's aye. So that takes care of number 2. We're back to number 1. Does anybody want to propose a motion there?
I tend to agree with Hobie that at $8,000 is that it. I don't think that it's fiscally impacting us enough for what the impact would be of the people.
Yeah, I think it would be $9,000 well spent for attitude and support. And I think we'll get more out of our employees because we're backing them in these hard times. And if we go another month and we have more difficulties and the deferment of reopening has been deferred, maybe address it then. But I'm not in favor of at this time, not for $9,000, no.
I would say that a lot of the consideration in my mind that went into that recommendation was just the fact that we should all share the pain. And that, well, that's it, but we would be seen as somehow insulated, isolated, not of the community, if we didn't partake in some of the downside of the port taking a hit. But I can easily switch horses there, Hobie, and say
Yeah, I just feel that it's money well spent to have respect. And if it prolongs and goes till June, July, I would have probably a different perspective. But right now, I want to support the staff, and I think they did a hell of a job. And I will feel very comfortable talking to his constituents in regard to that motion.
So, John, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you that everyone needs to shoulder the burden of everything that's going on. I think it was well described to me at some point that, we're all in the same storm, but everyone has different boats. Like my boat is completely stopped. But other boats are thriving. And I think that as a port, in the short term, we need to support Michael's constantly saying how overstressed, overworked all of our staff are. And I think that there's work for them to be doing, and this would put a lot of stress on them to try and do their job, knowing that they were going to have this day off. But at the same time, if this goes on for months and months, then I'm looking at this more as an issue that we need to look at the whole budget for next year, not just employee salaries for one month or 2 months. I think we agreed that that the way that the port is going to show its constituents that it's shouldering this burden is by really looking at next year's budget and planning accordingly.
Okay. Well, in the absence of a motion, I suppose the recommendation fails.
Dave?
I'm sorry, I was on mute and didn't realize it. I wanted to sort of weigh in on this too. I think it may be more appropriate for us to look in next year's budget in terms of the compensation packages and salary increases and other things, because we may have a long period of loss here that we're going to have to deal with. This would be more symbolic at this point than actually creating any revenue for the board or a loss, or mitigating the loss. So yeah, I think we go through the rest of this year, but we may need to look at the package for next year, I think.
Agree with that.
When we get down to it. I know it's appropriate in the budget, but we still have to make a decision about what those compensation levels will be. And that may be something we would even want to look at and then not do anything at the first of the year and look and see how it works out for the first 2 or 3 months, even if we did something retroactively. But let's make sure we're on solid footing before we go forward with some compensation factors next year, I think.
Okay. Ben, you want to close out the round robin?
Yeah, being on the personnel committee sucks, and I don't like thinking about these kind of things and people's families, so I'm just fine being shot down on that one. Absolutely, that's okay.
All right, we'll let it fail then in that case. And geez, that completes the agenda. We have an executive session. You guys want to do it right now or take a break?
Oh, if we could take like a 5-minute break, that'd be awesome.
Great.
You want to do
5 minutes, we'll reconvene. Pardon?
A commission call? Is there any?
Oh, commission call? I asked them all. Anybody have anything they'd like to say?
John, you're going to recess the meeting. Don't we have to call back in on another Zoom number to attend the executive session?
I thought that we decided we didn't, but Genevieve, were you on?
It'll actually be the same call, but as soon as you adjourn this meeting, I will turn off the live stream. And so it will no longer be a public meeting. I think everybody that's attending right now is somebody who would be a member, a participant of the executive session. So unlike last meeting, we don't have any guests coming in and we don't have any guests that need to be excused. So we can take a break, everybody mute themselves, and we can continue this call. I'll just stop the live stream part of it.
Thank you.
Okay. Then I will recess our regular session and reconvene at 5 minutes after 6 for executive session.
Right.